No matter the sector, we've got the solution. From healthcare to SMEs and tech, we are here to provide custom solutions to your business ambition. We celebrate culture, commerce and connection. From lifestyle expos to cultural festivals, we create immersive on-ground experiences that leave a mark. We don't fit brands into screens. We build our screens around brands. With deep integrations, we turn briefs into unforgettable moments. Original, authentic and influential. Our original series bring powerful personalities, real stories and curated experiences to audiences who crave meaning and magic. Come, partner with TV9 Innovation Hub to make your brand heard and set yourself apart from the noise.
वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने से पत्रों में होश सुई चुकना कुंग ज़ेब दास्ताने वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने से पत्रों में होश सुई चुकना
भारत भविष्य की योजनाओं में भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है.
Find out what went wrong.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people.
Done by the people who are staying there.
Exactly. Just because they are tribal, everyone does it.
Wait.
Russia has assembled a large force of 50,000 soldiers.
We want diplomacy and not weapons.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly.
To be able to spend time with people who were almost like family.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of abandon.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong point.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij,
Prashant Tandon,
Deep Bajaj.
Kanika Tekriwat,
Pramod Bhasi.
This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
You will love.
Let the games begin.
The results are known that I'm going to win.
In reality, things are never black and white.
Agree or disagree, we are our choices.
What's going on?
You will love it.
Stars are very highly idolized in the South.
Their fan base is very different.
It is the obsession that we are talking about.
They are all psychophants.
Who am I?
Nobody can crack that mystery.
I was a perfectly normal person born in an abnormal world.
Hey, you know what? This is who I am.
भारत की पहली आवाज जो रिकॉर्ड की गई.
I like to put things in simple equation. Winning is easy. Failure is not an option. Welcome to Dialogue.
ये सब खुशहाली के कारण हुआ.
इस अवार्ड की असली हकदार है मात्र 11 साल की खुशहाली.
We are undertaking an exciting journey to trace the roots of various delicacies.
Dress for the job you want.
All right, everyone, welcome. A very good morning to all of you. We'll begin in a short while from now. Thank you so much for waiting so patiently. I'll request a little bit more patience from you. And can I request, if anybody is standing outside, if they are in the outside area, please join us inside and please kindly settle down. All right. So very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the Travel and Tourism Summit of 2025 here at the ITC Moria, here in our national capital, New Delhi. On behalf of TV9 Network, Red Hat Communications, and our celebration partner, Radico, it's my privilege to host this morning session for all of you. We have a power-packed day ahead with thought-provoking discussion, conversations, some keynote discussions as well, and recognition of excellence in the travel and tourism sector. Let's begin this exciting journey together, but not before seeking blessings. Let's stand together, join our hands for the Ganesh Vandana and also for the lamp lighting. I would like to request Ms. Jyoti Mayal, Mr. Balbir Singh Mayal, Mr. Prasanna Raghav, Mr. Chalaka Gajabahu, and Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to kindly turn your attention to the screen for the event AV. May we have the AV rolling, please?
India's travel and tourism sector today stands at a turning point, expanding in scale, embracing technology, and setting new benchmarks for global excellence. From heritage and culture to luxury and leisure, the spectrum of Indian tourism is broader and more dynamic than ever before. After the challenges of the COVID years, the travel industry has not just rebounded, it has reimagined itself. While we have come a long way, much more needs to be done to transform the sector. TV9 Network Travel and Tourism Summit 2025, in association with Red Hat Communications, has been at the forefront of chronicling this transformation over the years, engaging industry stakeholders and policymakers. As we chart the roadmap for future today, the summit also acknowledges tourism trailblazers. The summit today brings together visionaries, policymakers, creators, and disruptors all under one roof, sparking bold conversations on how digital content is reshaping itineraries, AI-driven innovations, and India's rise as a luxury destination. Welcome to TV9 Network Travel and Tourism Summit 2025 in association with Red Hat Communications. Let's raise a toast to the sector with our celebration partner, Radico. The iconic awards celebrating the best in Indian tourism. Sit back and watch the best and the brightest from the sector deliberate the way forward. TV9 Network Travel and Tourism Summit 2025. Watch it on News9, English news as it should be.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Ms. Jyoti Mayal, CEO, Red Hat Communications and Director, New Airways Travels, to join me here back on stage and please deliver an address for the guests patiently waiting for our event. All yours, ma'am.
Thank you and a very good morning to everyone. I think first I need to clap for all of you sitting here because you've been here on time and we really need to do that. 3 cheers to all of you for being here. I think that says a lot for the industry and as we move forward. So, great. One second. So, good morning, friends and colleagues. It's really wonderful to see so many familiar faces and of course some new ones gathered here for the Travel and Tourism Summit. As Nelson Mandela once said, the greatest glory in living lies not in never falling, but in rising every time we fall. Today, we gather to rise to the challenges and opportunities in the travel, tourism, aviation, and hospitality industries. This year's lineup is very exciting, with discussions on influencing itineraries through the content engine behind modern tourism, Dekho Apna Desh, and creating an AI-iconic, that's the buzzword today, tourism experiences. You know, as Steve Jobs once said, innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. So just let's strive to be leaders in innovation, creativity, and sustainability in our industry. Tourism is evolving very rapidly, driven by changing traveler preferences, technological innovations, and growing emphasis on sustainability. We are seeing a shift towards experiential travel, with travelers seeking unique experiences that connect from the local cultures and communities. The rise of AI-powered personalization is literally revolutionizing the way travelers plan and experience their trips. Today, the world is changing. India's traveler and tourism sector is projected to contribute approximately INR 21.15 trillion to the economy in 2025. That's marking a 21% increase from 2019 levels, the levels we've all struggled to survive. COVID was the worst era we have seen in this industry, but we are all coming back in leaps and bounds. With 40% of travelers globally willing to pay 2% more for the carbon neutral, flights, because that's the way the world is changing towards sustainability. Essentially, they would like to prioritize every sector they travel in, looking at the products they are using. To drive growth and evolution in our industry, we need to collect, we need to connect, we need to collaborate, and we definitely need to innovate. We must leverage digital marketing to showcase India's rich cultural heritage and natural beauty to the world. By creating engaging content and experiences, we can attract more inbound tourism and establish India as a premier destination for MICE. That I'm sure everyone knows what MICE stands for. We are in this industry. And of course, another aspect that's moving quickly is the weddings. As we grow towards becoming the third largest economy, we must drive it together to be a deemed industry, recognized, relevant, and robust. Because I think our voice needs to get stronger day by day to say how we can bring together. So let's work together to develop policies and to the support of the growth of our industry, streamline processes, and enhance the overall tourist experiences. By doing so, we can create a wow factor that will leave a lasting impression our visitors can really relate to from across the world. You know, as Anita Roddick, once said, the founder of The Body Shop, she said, if you think you are too small to have an impact, try going to bed with a mosquito and you will know what the small means. So I think that's what we are. Maybe we think we are small. We need to grow, make an impact on the industry, make an impact in our society, make an impact to the government to say how we can take things forward. And governments, when I say and when I talk about tourism, it's not only in our country. We need to connect far and far away to the countries much beyond India to see how we can drive inbound and outbound. Our industry has the power to connect cultures, promote understanding, and inspire people. So let's harness this power to create unforgettable experiences that leave a lasting impact. With India's tourism sector projected to grow at 12% to 15% annually, over the next 5 years, we have a tremendous opportunity to drive growth. We need to grow with innovation and sustainability. So let's make the most of this chance to innovate, collaborate, and drive the growth. Let's challenge each other, learn from one another, and carry back ideas that can be acted upon. Let's promise each other, I would say, and let's do it here while we are all gathered today, to make the summit into a year-on-year, not only a talking summit, but a summit driven to achieve from across all stakeholders, including the government. And I say this very, very loudly. We do have some government here, and we need to make our voices much more stronger. Because I truly believe together we can achieve it. Let this be a leadership summit, and let us lead the way. Over the sessions, I encourage all of you to engage, truly, ask questions if you need to, and share your expertise, because I always believe that each one of us has an expertise to share. Let's make the most of the chance to turn conversations into collaborations, and collaborations into lasting change. Thank you, and thank you for hearing me patiently. I wish you a wonderful summit the whole day. Enjoy yourself, learn, take back, and take memories with you to share with everyone. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mayal, for joining us and for your inspiring perspective for all of our guests. Shubharam, like I've said already before. Now, before we proceed with the show, with our event for today, and we have some conversations that I've already promised all of my guests, can I request my colleague Shweta Kothari also on stage? Let's have this anchor chat between travel and tourism.
Thank you, Sakshi, and what a wonderful day to be chatting. Good morning, everybody. Every time we talk about travel and tourism, I think it's one of the most exciting things to talk about. I'm a business policy journalist, and I believe we all, as working professionals, live for traveling. And I think we all do that. We plan our travel quite well. With a show of hands, how many of you have taken a foreign trip in the last 6 months?
Oh, that's a good number.
Okay, I think that's about 60%. And how many of you have taken a domestic trip in the last 6 months?
Overwhelmingly well.
All right, so this trend is not necessarily in line with what we are seeing in the country. So just to give you some facts, in 2024 itself, about 99 lakh inbound tourists were recorded in India. I'm talking about foreign tourists who came into India, about 1 crore people. Do you know how many people went out of India? Any guesses? Any guesses?
Any guesses, yeah?
3 crore. That's right, 3 crore people, 3 crore Indians went out. So that'll tell you the disparity between the number of people who are coming in versus number of people who are going out. Now, that's a challenge, something that we want to talk about here and find solutions to. All of you as stakeholders from this industry, I am sure are very keen on working and tiding over that challenge, because that's something that we want in India, for more people to come and visit us, for more people to experience our cultural heritage. Sakshi.
If we have to keep the statistics aside, Shweta, and if I could ask you a personal question, are you a domestic person or an international person though?
No, so I think it's important to figure out the challenges to traveling domestically in this country. It's extremely expensive. Would you agree when I say, again with a show of hands, how many of you would travel to Goa versus a Thailand? Goa? A Goa? A Thailand?
Okay, we have more hands for Thailand. But don't you think that there are some challenges when we speak about the international travel? Who thinks that there are challenges?
Cheaper is Thailand. I agree, ma'am. 100%.
Yeah.
Thailand is cheaper, and many would believe cleaner, or many would believe a better experience. Now, that's a challenge that we want to change in this country. That's something that we've all gathered to change and challenge. We want more Indians to go to Goa versus go to Maldives or Thailand or any other South Asian country. So I think those are similar challenges with me as well, Sakshi.
But what about the trends? Because we are talking about 2025 now, and we have, ma'am would agree here, that we have come too far. We have come very far. What about the changing trends in the industry? What about what's next?
I am very eager to discuss what's next, or perhaps with the next set of panelists in our first round of discussion and conversations. That is exactly what we'll discuss, Sakshi.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our first panel discussion, which of course, like Shweta has already said, explores how content, marketing, and the influencer economy, something very interesting, something that my generation would be keen on knowing too, are shaping modern travel nowadays. I'd like to invite our distinguished panelists here on the stage for the first panel, and also Shweta, I'll like to request you to be the moderator for me. Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha, Director, Strategic Investment Economic Partnerships, MSME Business Forum India. Mr. Yumi Talwar, COO South Asia, VFS Global. Mr. Chalaka Gajabahu, Head Classic Destination Sri Lanka. Mr. Anshul Sethi, Head of Sales India Indigo. Mr. Rajdev Bhattacharya, Global Head Travel and Expenses, Cards and Lodging Wipro. Professor Dr. Manohar Sajnani, Dean Faculty of Hospitality and Tourism, Director, Amity Institute of Travel and Tourism. Please welcome them with a big round of applause.
Good morning again. Thank you very much, all of you, for... That's all right? Okay, well, we'll try and figure that out, where the mic is. But good morning once again. Thank you very much, all of you, for being a very patient audience. And let me quickly begin this summit. I think it's a very exciting one, and we're talking about something that excites perhaps every age group. It excites a young person, a middle-aged person, and an old person, travel and tourism. And for some extremely important reasons, given how technology has evolved, how influencer marketing has evolved, influencers are shaping up tourism and travel in a big way today. As Sakshi pointed out, gave a very beautiful precursor to how busy people, ladies and gentlemen, especially very busy people, are more likely to choose a destination, sometimes looking at Snapchat and Instagram. And I think that's something that's increasingly more visible today. So let me begin with you, Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha. In your assessment, what are the trends shaping travel and tourism today? And going forward, do you think these trends are likely to be replaced, or do you think they're here to stay?
Hello, am I audible? Yes. So firstly, thank you so much for inviting to this beautiful summit, and congratulations TV9, Jyoti, Balbirji, amazing and outstanding. And representing MSME Business Forum India, I was hearing your chat. So when you were saying, you were asking questions on what are the new trends that the people or the millennial or the Gen Z is going to adopt for choosing a destination. Let me take you back, little further back. We had a mega event in this country called G20, right? What was the theme of that? Vasudevaya Kutumbakam. Did it not look like a festival? Did it not look like a tourism event?
It did.
And tell me one thing. It involved 52 cities of Government of India. Now we planned it. Each and every city was planned. I was feeling very low when somebody said a Thailand over a Goa. But let me tell you, the Goa conclave was a super hit when it came to G20. None of the foreign dignitaries wanted to leave Goa. We were only supposed to take them for 2 days, but they said, sir, we wish we were supposed to be more than 2 days. Jyoti gave a very, very, very nice statistics of the growth. We have to understand one thing. Today, whether it is a policymaker, government, which is the biggest user, or the people, or the corporates, which is using, we need to have a content behind the line, behind the scene, where we are going and why we are going, what is in it for me while we are going there. That is today the catch point of every segment which wishes to choose a holiday. Point number one. Point number two is, we have not seen in the last many years a content-driven tourism, an itinerary which is actually made out of a content or a reversal. We always used to think a destination and then zero down. Everybody who's sitting here will say, okay, we want to go to Thailand, let's land in Thailand and then we will decide. Well, I'm sure when you were young, you were doing the same thing. But what happens today? Today is different. You tell me the entire itinerary and I go back and I decide then. So the point here, from a policymaker's perspective, I would like to put in is, we are not ready to design such contents. We have not experimented such contents. We have not marketed such contents. And we are not confident of actually luring through that content.
So you're saying we're not marketing ourselves enough?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I think that's a fair point. I don't come across a lot of videos of somebody traveling, let's say to, I mean there are, but not enough, of someone traveling to, let's say, Varanasi, which is a great cultural site where you can get almost everything of everything. You can go for a holiday tour, you can go for a spiritual tour, you can go for an eating tour if you're somebody who's savvy of street food. But you're right, I agree 100%. For that matter, Yami, I want to come to you. And you, I think, have a great extensive idea and understanding of how visa processes affect itineraries. In your assessment, countries which are easy to go to and more accessible, are they seeing more footfall? Is that how it works?
Well, as you said, I think there are influences nowadays with your Instagrams, social media. There's a lot of influence on destinations. And I think the influence is more from a desire perspective or fear of missing out on those destinations. But I think influential is not just being influential, but how it is achievable. And that's where the visa process comes into play. And I think a lot of itineraries are still being shaped by our tour operators, while we see a lot of social media, etc. But I think in my opinion,
tour
or in our
operators are still very
experience,
important.
I think, I'm talking about the outbound, so I think tour operators still influence a lot of itineraries because naturally they have the knowledge or the know-how of how the flights, hotels, and the access to visa. I think access to visa does play an important role for any destinations. And you're right, last year what we have seen is destinations which has easier visa processes, etc., could be more, popular because it's easy. However, the 3 crore that you talked about, outbound travel from India, the destinations, Europe or UK or, these are still popular destinations. And as far as we are concerned, what we are trying to do is make that visa accessible to everybody. We have opened our centers in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We can see that now travel is, outbound travel is extensive even in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So what we can do is enable people to have that access.
Okay.
have that convenience, have various services where people not only apply for visas, but also look at their comfort, time, etc. So we have a number of these processes or services which can help people access that visa easily.
Give us some insights, Yami. I want to know what is one trend that you're most surprised with when you look at people's travel itineraries, which is that one country where you think people are traveling more because they have influence versus what you can actually find in the country. What is that one trend in your assessment in 2024 or 2023 post-COVID that has surprised you?
Post-COVID, of course, travel has become more popular, I think, because what we've seen is in 2023, there was definitely an increase of almost about 11 to 12% in our scope, because there are a lot of countries which do not really need visas to be processed by us. But if you're talking about our business and our, the countries that we help, I think there was definitely an increase, 11%. Not really, see, we don't really look at itineraries per se, but the embassies or the governments are very, very positive about our outbound travel. And I think they've increased capacity, which means India is a very important source market for them. And what we've seen is the change from the embassies in terms of their capacities, etc. So they take India as a very serious source market. And that's the trend that we are seeing, that they are making, not exceptions really, but making the process better. They are encouraging travel from here. So yeah, it's a very important source market for the outbound.
I think we are contributing greatly to Europe and UK's economy for that matter.
Yeah.
And we all heard what happened with Maldives the minute there was some sort of antagonism towards Indian tourists, for that matter. So that's another story for another day. I want to come to you now, Anshul Sethi. Anshul, one thing that we've seen growing more in number as a trend is also the more places we reach out to by the way of direct connectivity, more Indians are likely to go to such places. Talk us through the trends that you've observed in the last 1 year. How many more places is Indigo now reaching out to? And do you see an increased uptake in flight tickets? And are people going to these destinations more where you're serving direct flights?
Thank you so much for your question. Right, when I was looking at the format of this event and you think about itineraries, the first thing that came to my mind is before itinerary building, there is destination building, right? When you provide direct connectivity and when you provide e-visa, visa-free access to the consumer, any destination that becomes accessible starts getting traction, right? Influencers are a part of our marketing strategy. We respect that, and we'll talk more about that. But when you build a destination, right, you're talking about the right schedules, you're talking about the right visa policies, you're talking about building these itineraries through tour operators, getting the influencers to experience these itineraries themselves and then take it forward. One of the biggest things that we saw last year was so I'll start from 2023 and then we'll come to 25, right? Nairobi, Masai Mara used to be an aspirational destination. Indigo started flights to Nairobi from Bombay, and that's when Indians started thronging these safaris. Right. Similarly, we also came up with flights to Baku, Tashkent, Tbilisi, Almaty, the CIS countries from Delhi. We started off with thrice or 4 times a week, depending on the destination. Very soon, we built it to daily flights, right? Because the minute you provide accessibility, there is enough aspiration in this country to go and experience something new, right? Now, Indigo is setting its eyes onto Europe. We've just started a direct flight into Manchester, which is the only direct flight into Manchester from Bombay. We started a direct flight into Amsterdam, right? And while these are age-old itineraries, so when we were young, our parents would talk about itineraries that would involve either Amsterdam or Rome or London, right? Today, with this new connectivity and with visa eases which are coming to us, we are getting more and more itineraries which are coming our way. So, of course, the CIS is a huge hit. Why is Thailand so successful? You spoke about Thailand, right? That is because there are options. it's not just Bangkok. You walk into Bangkok, you come out of Krabi. You walk into Bangkok, you come out of Phuket. And that is where we spend a lot of our time, just putting the destinations on the map. The agents make the itineraries.
Right. So agents are still more powerful. I think I'm hearing that a lot as a common theme.
There's a lot of, there's a lot of knowledge, right? And there's a lot of operations.
And trust.
Yeah, trust is a very big
Very
thing,
important.
right?
I think in travel and tourism, more than anything.
What is trust built out of? Trust is built out of reliability, capability, right? When we talk about professionals, right? And making sure that you know that your partner will deliver on time. And that's what we feel for our agents as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good to hear that. I think that's a thriving business as far as trust with various travel agents is concerned. Chalaka Gajubabu, Sri Lanka is our partner in a lot of ways. We have great trading relationship with Sri Lanka. I want to know from you, are more Indians going to Sri Lanka than ever before, or has that number tapered down? And if yes, what are they most excited about? What are the places that they're visiting more?
Yeah. Again, hi, I'm Chalaka from Sri Lanka. I think only Sri Lankan in this panel today. Yes, India is number one for us. And it's growing as well. Talking about influencers and in terms of Indians where they like to travel in Sri Lanka, it goes a long way. I'll give you that in description in a little while. But as a good case study where Sri Lanka suffered versus other countries after the COVID pandemic, as you know, we had the worst economic crisis soon after the COVID pandemic. So for us to come out of it with the petrol queues, the medicine queues, the food queues, we had to come up with a short-term strategy to revive the country. And that we did it with influencers. We came up with a campaign called Seeing is Believing. Bringing in influencers because whether it's, I won't mention TV networks or whatever, they were still showing, even though the country was back to normal after 3-4 months, they were still showing the petrol queues, the medicine queues and all that. But that was not a good sign. Even to convince the TV, for negative media, you don't have to pay. But for positive media, you have to pay. And Sri Lanka did not have that money at that time. So the easiest way was influencer marketing. And we got, within the past, I would say within the first year itself, about 100 influencers, including guys like Nas Daily. And we worked very closely with Madam Mayal and getting influencers down from India because India was our number one market. And it's next door, our big brother versus the small brother. Whether it's Ramayan Trail, we can't define who the naughty prince or the naughty king is. In Sri Lanka, you say in a different way. At India, you say a different way. But you use it in a positive way when we take it forward. That actually worked. When in 2022, where we ended up with only 750,000 tourists coming into Sri Lanka. In 2023, we doubled it. It went up to 1.5 million. And last year, we ended up with 2 million or so. And this year's government target is 3 million. And in a very positive manner, we are in a good way forward, out of which 500,000 are from India. I know for India outbound, we are very small, but India inbound to us is very big. But then again, that number is not enough. And the places they like to go it varies. It varies in a way that, it can be the Ramayan Trail, it can be the Cultural Triangle, it can be the down south beaches, and then the hills where Kandy. And then, of course, the Ramayan Trail. And then, of course, we don't want to talk about it, but it's a fact. Our casino market is very big for the Indian market as well. I don't know whether you know, recently City of Dreams opened, where Hrithik Roshan was the chief guest who went and launched that in Sri Lanka. So things are looking very, very positive to take the Indian inbound market overall to Sri Lanka.
And if I may ask you, how are you leveraging influencer marketing or influencers for that matter? You said that you had Nusair coming to Sri Lanka to promote Sri Lanka. Are you also looking at hiring perhaps more Indian influencers?
Yeah, of course. But I'm not part of the board anymore. But of course, there are, and I can see my friends from Sri Lankan Airlines is here. They will play a big role along with us. And as you know, in a little while, we'll announce as well, we have exclusively tied up with Red Hat as well, representing classic destinations of Sri Lanka to drive this market in a big way. Again, from 3 crore traveling out of India, even if we get 1% out of it, we'll be through. That will help our economy as well. So please come to Sri Lanka.
Please go to Sri Lanka. That's the sales pitch there. All right, we're coming to you, Rajdev Bhattacharya. I want to understand from you, how is corporate travel evolving? And when corporate travel itineraries are made, for that matter, to what extent are you using travel influencers to really figure out what destinations to go to?
Well, honestly, none of that. So let me give you, my friends and colleagues are giving you a lot of front-end perspective. Let me tell you what happens on the back end and how actually a machinery is working to generate the demand, the real content. So content for me, yesterday was something part of marketing. Today it's driving demand, and tomorrow it's going to be a monetizable asset. So how does all this happen? And I will tell you what the corporates silently are doing and the technology companies silently are doing. To give you a perspective of how the entire influence is happening on backstage. First of all, it is a combination, it's like a recipe. It's not one ingredient. It's a combination of AI, machine learning, deep learning, a bit of data integrity, and a lot on understanding your clients. So I think that three plays the most important things. Look back, and you asked me a pertinent question. What is Airbnb doing? Airbnb is not selling a seat. They are telling you, let's have a cooking session in Rome. They are telling you that let's have a yoga in Bali. These are not tech enablers. These are knowing your clients, loving your clients, and that's basically the real engine which is driving. So these are the few factors that's actually driving. Maybe if I have an opportunity on the next question, I'll probably give you how the AI machinery is moving and what is exactly what the corporates are trying to do. It's a mix of leading you to a place, knowing you, and that's where the magic happens. So that's basically what's happening in the back end. Now, if I may, I will not get into any technical, but this is very important that how is this demand, the entire demand being manipulated? I don't want to use the word manipulated, but take the word manipulated in a positive way, because we spoke about influencers, we spoke about the real trends, what's happening at this point of time. And that's not something which has evolved by design. It's not by accident. It's evolved by design. Now let me stake a claim here. It's about, smart algorithms, data mining, about NLPs. So what does it all mean? I mean, it makes very simple. There is an engine which knows you, which tracks you. Every click that you do is basically monitored, and that's a data point. The second, they bracket you in a type of tribe. You may be somebody traveling with family, you may be somebody, a corporate personal going for a holiday, want a pleasure, that's a big part of it. And the third is all the data integration comes together from different sources, from GDS, from blah, blah, blah. And that's how they talk to you in a natural language. It's about getting all that together. So this is how corporates, technology companies, back end is playing a role in increasing and giving you the demand which is happening today.
So if I were to ask you, how do you see technology changing travel and tourism in maybe two lines? What's the future when it comes to involving technology in defining people's travel and tourism or their destinations or their journey? What changes do you foresee?
Look, I'll be very honest, okay? It's quite of scary that how things evolved. You've already signed into something with a Google account. All of us does it. I mean, we don't sign in with our names and passwords anymore. So there's a lot of data which already has been transferred. That's one. Two, knowing you, understanding what exactly you need through a semantic search is what the AI is trying to do. Sometimes, now let me tell you, you spoke about influential marketing. That's stage 2. Do you realize that? Stage 1 is the spark. You probably never ever book a travel seeing a brochure. It will be probably some friend of yours with a coconut in hand in Goa, and the spark comes in there. And based on your search 1, search 2, you start getting, so it's called, the first one is the top line. The middle line is where the influencers come in and start influencing you. Influencers are seen as trustworthy, authentic.
Right.
You're in the second stage. And the third stage is the conversion stage. So tech is taking you without you even realizing it, influencing you.
Very fascinating. So even before influencers come into picture, You're already being influenced by technology on whether you need to take that travel or need to take that holiday or not. Professor Sajnani, you heard the changes that are being made, quite dramatic ones at that, especially when it comes to people's choices of destinations and how AI, for that matter, will also influence. What are the skills in your assessment that young people need if they want to become travel influencers? What is one skill that you think they need to pick up very quickly if they want to tap into this market and get a better chunk of audience listening to them, hearing them, and listening to their advices?
Thank you. Wonderful question. But this generation you're talking about, you raised a question as a generation, you want to learn, you want to understand, how the trends will move, right? So this generation, we are looking at millennials, right? So for them, predictive analytics, rightly said by sir, that's very important skill. It has become so important to predict today what will be the trends 10 years from now. Use of AI, data analytics, big data, machine learning, all leads to one way. They take us to one destination to understand the trends. How will be the trends? That means I have real-time data with me which can predict how many people will fly to one destination on one particular day in one particular season. That's very important. Second important skill set which this generation need to pick up, and they don't have time. What we see changes in last 20 years when we moved from floppy to cloud, when we moved from money orders to UPI. They don't have even maybe 2 months to pick up those skill sets, AI tools. Augmented reality, virtual reality, AR, VR. How to apply this knowledge of AR, VR in designing dynamic brochures, travel destination brochures. Because now itineraries are no longer static PDF. They are very real time that gives you an immersive experience in themselves. And they take you through the place. Maybe I can virtually experience the hotel room I am going to use during my trip. A museum. A museum becomes a real life museum for me, explaining in itself what it is going to give me when I visit that museum. So these students, the young generation, what we are trying to inculcate in them are those skill sets which are not required today. These skill sets required maybe a year from now. We all talk about AI, and we all crib AI is going to take away some jobs, right? But AI is going to take away 4 jobs, but the AI is going to generate 6 jobs. Authenticity is the key factor, rightly mentioned. Authenticity is the key factor. Communication, strong communication, because ultimately my prompts, if I don't have exact prompts, key prompts, I cannot have true, results with the use of AI. So communication is going to play a key role. And then of course, behavioral skills. I emphasize upon behavioral skills. Our university believes that what differentiates one individual from other is the behavioral skills. That will make a difference when it comes to application of AI and non-AI.
Okay, but I also want to know from your daily teaching point of view, when you teach your students tourism and management, what are the skills that you're teaching them on a daily basis? What are those skills that you're teaching them now that you did not teach about 10 years ago?
Storytelling.
Wonderful, okay.
Storytelling, art of storytelling. How to make storytelling more immersive. That narration, that narratives, how to make it, because today, if you look at all influencers we are talking about, each influencer who has got millions of followers, what are they selling? They are branding a destination. Because I tell you, storytelling is one particular aspect which combines all strategies of management. Services, management, engineering, design, art, and virtual value. It combines all these strategies. One activity, storytelling. And if I am doing that activity in a perfect way, if I am, it's a recipe.
Right.
It's an orchestra. If everybody is in harmony, then orchestra is going to please your ears. And will remain, it will echo your ears for years to come. So storytelling is that art, which we are inculcating in them.
Wonderful. No wonder so many journalists are also turning out to be travel influencers, because that's one thing we are taught.
Now PR has moved from PR to storytelling PR.
Right.
So you know better.
Okay, so that's an alternative future for me as well. But I want to come to you, Ravinandan Sinhaji. We talked about challenges, and I want you to help us understand from a policy level, how do we mitigate these challenges? So a couple of challenges that I think many people here, including me, we face when we are hoping to travel internally. One, of course, is the issue of hotels. They're very expensive, they're very costly. So if I were to go and live in Goa, the example that I gave is the hotels are going to cost me exactly the same, or even lower for that matter, in a Thailand, in a Bangkok. So if I'm going to travel, and perhaps because the travel time has also been reduced quite dramatically due to direct flight, thanks to Indigo and other carriers, then it makes more sense to me to perhaps experience more and different by the way of culture and travel to a far-off place. So that's one problem. The second is cleanliness. That continues to be an issue. Even with the Goan beaches, they're still not as clean as we would want them to. So from a policy point of view, how do you think we can mitigate these challenges?
Thank you, Shweta. Right. I heard all the panelists, and just wanted to say one line before I come into your point is, today your travel does not depend on tech. Mark my word, there's a study by Niti Aayog, it does not depend on your tech. It depends on your experience or what you hear from them. One wrong Air India flight travel experience and you will never, or your friend will never sit into Air India. My friends in Indigo will say the same thing. Second thing, you're talking of tech, Shweta. How many of the people in the audience know that Bangalore airport is on metaverse? Government of India has done. Bangalore airport, if you don't know how to operate out of in Bangalore, before that we have given you a metaverse version. 1 year back, inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India. Have you experienced it? No. What happens is, but if somebody comes and tells you, Shweta, or for that matter, क्या बढ़िया airport है, what a nice experience. And I'll tell you one thing, जब जाओगे ना, तो इस side जाके चाय जरूर पीना. Let me tell you, 90% of us will go there. 100%. The problem and the biggest challenge this segment has faced over here is, you all have developed individually. You have not done your capacity building. That is the biggest challenge. इन्फ्लुएंसर से कोई भी टूरिज्म बढ़ता नहीं है, आपकी चॉइस से बढ़ता है. टुडे द कॉस्ट ऑफ लिविंग या कॉस्ट ऑफ बाइंग एन आइटम फॉर अ मिडिल क्लास हैज इंक्रीज, श्वेता. सो अ मिडिल क्लास विच वाज अर्लियर सेइंग कि मैं घूमने के लिए फॉर एग्जांपल मनाली जाऊंगा, इज रेडी टू से मैं घूमने के लिए अबू धाबी जाऊंगा, यास आइलैंड्स जाऊंगा, राइट? अ गाय हु सेज आज मैं घूमने के लिए गोवा जाऊंगा, विल सी अ सेंट्रल वियतनाम, राइट? बट विद ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट टू ऑल माय फेलो पैनलिस्ट, हैव यू एजुकेटेड योर टूर ऑपरेटर्स, योर गाइड एट द लास्ट माइल, द पर्सन हु इज सर्विंग, द ड्राइवर्स हु इज पिकिंग अप? इनकी हमने कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग क्या की है, सो दैट दे कैन टॉक द मोमेंट अ पर्सन लैंड्स फ्रॉम एन एयरपोर्ट, और द मोमेंट अ पर्सन लैंड्स फ्रॉम एन railway station, he says, sir, you're going to a very good hotel. So this is a very nice thing. When we land in Vietnam, we try and talk to the taxi walas.
That's right.
We try and talk to the...
Try and have a conversation.
We have not done capacity building because there was no skill building here. We talk about, Professor, we were talking about teaching students. Tour operator ko kisne sikhaya? I'm very thankful to Jyoti, and we were talking to the Honorable Minister. We are planning to start a skill development for the one-downs of the tour operators. because they are the ones who are going to call upon or pull the crowd. Today, if my experience is good in ITC Moria, I will go and tell 20 people.
That's right.
Right? But I will never talk about AI. I'll not talk about machine learning here. Number 2, cost. I am not the one who can put a rates barrier. Thailand, Vietnam is a country, Sri Lanka is a country which is driving tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, in India, there is 812 districts. I'll give you statistics. 7,950 शहर हैं. We see only one part, Shweta. We have not explored other. अगर हम बोलते हैं, we want to see wildlife, we have 3-4 areas, wildlife only, which is Ranthambore, this, that, and we say, prices are very costly, but one of my very good friends, Shivraj, is sitting here. He'll talk about wildlife where you can actually see tigers is in UP, in the western UP. I think Pilibhit, if I'm not wrong. How many of you have heard about Pilibhit? But you don't go there. You have, I can't put a rate on Indigo saying, please reduce your fare. I'm giving Indigo subsidies also if they operate out of a smaller airport. These are not under my control. The pricing, cleanliness, it is a subject which has to start from the school. Have you been to Andaman and Nicobar Islands?
I haven't, no.
Please go there. And I'll tell you, in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, there are some islands there where you go and you drop something, the localites will come and say, please pick it up. Or if you're not picking up, they are picking up. Now, what happens again there? The locals are aware what is to be done. Shweta, it has to start from inside when the capacity building happens, when the teaching happens. We are trying to engage with the millennials or Gen Z, whatever you call it. I may not be pronouncing that right.
No, you're right. It is Gen Z.
But we are missing on the real people who are actually pulling the crowds. If you don't make them strong,
so I have to ask you, I mean, whose responsibility is it to make them strong? Partly, I believe, private sector needs to come in, but also partly government has to actively ensure that they are aware of where to guide people and how to guide people.
Shweta, at every point of time, you can't point fingers at the policy makers. I can make policies, I can have subsidy schemes, I can have funds allocated. Somebody will have to set up a center of excellence. Somebody will have to set up a skill development. Ask me, ask the tourism industry, why are we teaching skill to the students? Why not capacity building to the tour operators? When was the last time you heard that a guide in Agra got a training of his next level, a Spanish language training or a French language training, or somebody in Velankani got it? I can only make structures. I cannot execute at the grassroots levels.
Implementation is also administrative.
That's what I said. I have 812 districts. I have 7,950 cities in India.
Right.
I can make policies.
100%.
Private sector has to come to me to take it forward. So I feel...
But, you know, not to come to the aid of private sector, but I think it's a classic chicken and egg situation as well, where private sector says we don't find merit, and perhaps, you know, Anshul can come in here. Private sector, this is a charge that airline operators have to face every now and then, and that is exorbitant prices, especially on certain routes where sometimes government has also got to intervene and say, please reduce your prices, please don't make it very expensive, so that people can afford to go. But then, you know, private companies are right in saying that we want to preserve our bottom line, and that's how it works. Cost effectiveness is only ensured by how many people want to travel and to what extent it's our capacity to serve them. So I don't want to come to private sector's aid, but they will only partake when they say enough and more profit.
So, profit is one side of it, right? But I would want to support the gentleman on capacity building. Yesterday, I was at an event in Puri, where we had a session on partnerships between the public sector, the private sector, and within the private sector, how do we have silent partnerships between the airlines, hotels, tour operators, guides, and the transport operators? So there are people who are thinking about the guides. For example, yesterday we met a gentleman who was representing the guides of India, and what we got to know was that 95% of the licensed guides that we have are all graduates and above, right? So there are people who are thinking of this, but we are thinking of these things in silos. So for example, as an airline, we train over 2,500 people every day, 365 days a year. Because when we are building capacity, now we are hiring from all walks of life, right? There was a time where certain pockets of the country contributed to the workforce. Now, with 93, 94 destinations in India that are being operated to, 35 destinations overseas that are being operated to, or 45 destinations overseas which are being operated to by us, we need to build capacity across sectors. So I think there is enough public-private partnership. I think there is enough thought that is going at each level of building this capacity, but we are just not doing it together in sync.
All right, Professor, you know, there are roadblocks that we are discussing, and public-private partnership is one thing that many panelists are pointing to. We need more of it to build capacity. You train students on a daily basis, sir, and how are you planning to draw up a curriculum, or what sort of curriculum you're already drawing up to ensure that, you know, future travel agents, future hospitality executives know how to build capacity, know how to come on ground and change things, because these are challenges I'm sure students will be facing.
Wonderful. Sir, let me just share with you that we already have a MOU with our Sector Skill Council, and under this MOU, Center of Excellence has been created at IMIT with under the guidance of Jyoti Mayal Madam only. It's already there in place, and we have been conducting a lot of training programs within the same framework. We also have a MOU with India Convention Promotion Bureau. Chandarji is sitting here, and we have planned 2 programs for the industry on MICE management. These are short-term programs, and we are open to do refresher courses, upskilling courses for travel agents and tour operators. We have at Amity 35 campuses across the world, 12 in India. We have beautiful infrastructure, state-of-the-art infrastructure, and when it comes to inviting industry to our campus for the benefit of students, we have every fortnight industry interaction session. So an expert comes, interact with our students.
And this can be funded by the government. This can
Wonderful.
be 100% funded. So the policies are in place.
Right.
I'm very happy that we've started talking about capacity building.
Sir, I have your visiting card, I have your business card. I'll now approach you, and we will see that, you know, we bring results, because we are a result-oriented university, action-oriented university.
Right.
And when it comes to the curriculum.
Let's not forget, academia plays a very important part in it.
Let me complete.
Academia plays a very important
curriculum,
part. Yes.
The curriculum, you said, our curriculum has a provision of apprenticeship, embedded curriculum. So our curriculum is apprenticeship embedded curriculum, wherein we reach industry, we find out their needs for interns, needs for apprentice, need for the employment. We assess those needs, and accordingly we attach students with the employer on the basis of the skill set identified. So we are doing it. That's thanks to the National Education Policy 2020, which has created the provisions. So we have 100% implemented the NEP 2020 provisions. I hope I answered your both the sets. Thank you.
Absolutely, you did. And for the benefit of all the people who have joined us now, let me quickly introduce to you, who all are on stage right now. Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha is with us, Yami Talwar, Chalaka Gajababu is with us, Anshul Sethi, Professor Manohar Sajnani, as well as Rajdev Bhattacharya. And we will begin very, very shortly with audience question and answers. So if you have any questions for anybody who's here in the panel today, in about 2 minutes from now. But, you know, my final question to you, Yami, since you are actively processing thousands and thousands of, let me say lakhs actually, of applications that come to you year on year, have the processes become easier or difficult, especially when it comes to European nations? Because the trend that we see, a lot of people traveling from India to Southeast Asia, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but where visa formalities are easy, where it's easy to get a visa, perhaps visa on arrival is possible. So versus that, compared to countries where it's a bit difficult to get visa, Europe, UK, US, what sort of trend are we looking at? Where are people going more?
So I think, firstly, it's not difficult. You need to plan well.
Okay.
I think plan in advance. from from the view of access, appointments are available. It's all transparent. And if you plan in advance, I don't think there is any difficulty per se. It's all about planning.
Okay.
I think what we see, the trend is that, if you decide last minute to go to a European country, then naturally you might just face some challenges in getting an appointment. But if you plan well, then everything runs smoothly. In fact, in 2025 summer, we have not had issues in terms of capacity. As I said earlier, the governments also are recognizing India as a very big source market for tourism. So in terms of capacity, there was an issue. In terms of process, actually, I think it's a lot of myth that it is difficult, but they're very simple documentation if it's a normal tourist visa.
More documentation.
Simple, you have to have an itinerary, you have to have your hotel bookings and your insurance, that's about it. And that the fact that you can support your stay and travel, which is I think, which is required by the government, right? So it is a myth because we understand what is required. So I think it's a lot of myth generated. However, I would suggest everybody plan their travel well in advance. If you're going to a European country, you can actually apply 6 months in advance.
Okay.
So that's a big window, for you to...
It's a big runaway, absolutely,
yeah,
6 months in advance. And I'm going to now get down for audience questions, but I do have one question for you, Rajdev, and that is, how do you really see technology changing the future of travel? How different is it going to be from what it is today? Professor mentioned that perhaps going forward, you're going to virtually experience a hotel room. Is that something that's already happening? I haven't done it, to be honest, so I am not aware.
That would be really boring. Virtual experiencing things. So tech has its role, and as I said, it's a recipe. Its recipe cannot be one ingredient. It has to be three. Tech plays its own part. Knowing your customers plays the second. So I think both are important. I mean, AI is trying to give you service at speed. It is not going to replace. Now, it would be very boring if I start putting my VR glasses and go around the world. Honestly, that's probably will happen, with some Opus or the 3D companies who try to make, but that is not going to replace travel per se. But let me tell you what the DMOs are all doing. I mean, there are only stages that they first research. They want to see what's happening. So that's stage one. This is going to get better and better. Look at what Australia Tourism has done. They knew that Indian millenniums do not want luxury, they want adventure. Change their campaign. Then they put in the content. And once they put in the content, they wait. They wait and see what's happening. And then they distribute it and then go on a loop. And they start designing the content based on the demand. So travel technology is going to get better and better at that. What Dubai did a few years back was only luxury shopping. They changed their model to family as the family started moving. So that nimbleness is what you need to take advantage of. It is not going to replace. I hope it never replaces the travel. It will be a very sad day.
100%. Any questions? Do we have any questions? I'm going to hand over the mic in case there are any questions for our panelists. Okay. So, could you stand up? Yes, absolutely.
Hi, thank you. Great insights to learn from the panel. I have a question. While we look at consumer traveling here and there, and they're chasing experiences more than anything else, I think the question for the panel, and anybody can answer, the experience that the consumer is chasing today is influenced by multiple factors that we discussed. But there are customers who want to experience something unique, right? How do you drive that through content, because, so I'm just coming from a place where I learned that there's somebody who wanted to travel to some island to see a certain species of penguin, right? There was no connectivity, and it's still very difficult for me to digest. So I want to understand that how do you influence travel? The content, such kind of experiences cannot be influenced by content or by physical this thing, right? So how do you play that?
I understand your question. Just going to give you a very small example and you'll be surprised. You know what government of Madhya Pradesh is doing? It's promoting its tourism by saying, please work from home, come to Madhya Pradesh. Enjoy Madhya Pradesh tourism and work from home. So imagine what is the uniqueness here that they are tracking. We, in the Government of India, we are already working on the Center of Excellence to develop these kind of unique cities which can be promoted. End of the day, I can again tell you, a lot of people are sitting here. Have you heard of something called a Hornbill Festival?
Not really.
How many of you have heard? Please raise your hands. Right? Do you know that government of Nagaland is now taking Hornbill Festival out of Kohima? Now, because there was an inner line permit which was required, so that became a problem. So they say we will do it now in 4 different cities. Now that is where you come into picture is, okay, I cannot reach there, I cannot reach Arunachal, but their uniqueness can be highlighted here. It's an awareness, and hence my inquisitiveness to take the first Indigo flight and reach there. Am I right?
Maybe there and other places.
Just to add, what Sir mentioned, when it comes to experiencing uniquely the place, I depend largely on the contents given to me by the social influencers. Now the social influencers, there is no content here. No, let me complete. But these contents are basically the testimonials which they have used. But for the destinations which are not used by influencers, I have information in the form of a maybe a guide, maybe an information source, but there is no authenticity on the experience. For example, I give you example. I was reading about a place where I can, enjoy 3,000 jellyfish in a pond, in a lake. Right? So if I am keen on experiencing it, a couple of days back there was a half-page ad in Economic Times which says it was of QADC group that they want to operate a private jet across 7 destinations for 23 days. Now this is a social confrontation, basically upscaling. Now maybe the fear of missing out, FOMO, which actually is enjoyed by influencers. Influencers enjoy this human psychology of FOMO. So, and then if I can afford this, I'll do it. 99 lakhs package for 23 days. Traveling across 7 destinations. Now there's a queue, and this is for June 2026. When I called up on this number, I was told by the lady that you can drop your name and number, we'll have a draw, and we'll inform you.
So that
kind of uniqueness we have in our travel experience.
Right.
So let me tell you your answer. It is absolutely possible. And the way it is possible is LLM. Have you tried the Perplexity new browser? I think you haven't. If you haven't, you try it today.
That's a good one. Can I just take it? How many of you have tried ChatGPT Perplexity to drop your travel itineraries? Show of hands. How many of you take AI help to drop travel itineraries? Okay, so that's also substantial.
So what I was talking about is the new search machines that is coming out is basically something called the semantic search. The semantic search is not what you're searching, but based on your persona, it starts creating. So it's very simple. If you upload something in custom GPT and it knows you, it starts giving you answer. It's not giving you a perfect answer of what you're searching, but it knows you better, so it starts curating these things for you. So I told you about the DMO, what they are doing, this 8-stage marketing that I spoke about. That is where the game is going to change. So if the exact campaign is going to be the follows. A is a conference designer. We will know that, and we'll give you only ads on conference designing and meeting halls. You are a turtle watcher, which I would know from your Google and other social media, which is already linked, and we'll start giving you only campaigns which attracts your semantic search. So that's basically the semantic search, and a combination of LLM and semantic search is possible. The work has started long back. Please go and use Perplexity browser today. I'm not advocating for them. There are GenSpark browser also. You'll be surprised as how well you'll get your answers.
All right, start using AI if you aren't already to drop your itineraries and customize them. Any questions for our panelists? All right.
Thank you very much. Namaste. Thank you very much, panelists and all the guests here. I am Anugrah Mathur. I come from Haath Ka Bana. We have been working with artisans into handicraft and handloom sector for more than a decade now. Now, when it comes to tourism, there has been a lot of talk about destination-based tourism or monument or see the Taj Mahal. But how about art tourism? Why is the talk of art tourism not very in trend? I mean, whenever it comes for art tourism, we talk about Mumbai or we talk about Delhi. But when we say that there's a lot of need for content-driven tourism or storytelling in art tourism or the hyper local support which we need in art tourism, I think the artisans from across India who have been practicing for generations these handicraft and handlooms are kind of ticks all these check boxes. And I mean, it may not be a straight question from my end, but it is more of a seek of direction and discussion that how can we promote the handicraft or folk art and craft tourism in India? Thank you.
Anybody would like to take up that question?
Thank you so much. So it is part of the content that you're talking. See, please understand one thing. Till now, we were not ready for these kind of theme-based tourism. I know Haath Ka Bana is doing amazing work. You have been giving superb souvenirs even in US and to the High Commissioner, and even Prime Minister Modi uses the gifts made by Haath Ka Bana. But as I was telling Shweta, we are evolving. We are a country where we are designing. We never thought G20 will happen in 56 cities. We are thinking, we are making. This is a very good suggestion. And I would request, please give us a white paper on this. Artisans, where all are the places that you would recommend? We have a dedicated team. We will definitely work into it. But as we can say, as of now, if you say a correct answer, that do we have a roadmap, do we have a destination? We do not have, but yes, it's in our mind.
All right. Any other question? Yes.
This is for Mr. Bhattacharya. Corporates in India are promoting more of international destinations than domestic for their conferences, dealer meets, like it was Thailand and Goa. It's not Goa, but there are a lot of small cities, like Mr. Sinha said, which have very good infrastructure. Indore is one such, which is the cleanest city in India, because cleanliness, hygiene is a major factor. Why don't corporates think of getting back to India rather than going abroad, Baku, all these places? You search any and every big corporate, when it holds a dealer meet, it has to be abroad.
It's a function of demand. Let me put it that way. It's a function of demand, it's a function of profit. You have a great year, and depending on where the clients are. So it's all a combination of three. Well, I'll be happy to state, at least what I'm seeing from the IT services industry. I'm not representing any company at this point of time. I think there is a lot of pressure, and the pressure is good for all the conference getting back to India. And I'm seeing more and more large conference happening in India. That's because we are getting value for money here, absolute value for money. I mean, what do you get in a Bangalore Golf Share or a Jaipur? In a similar kind of experience abroad probably will be 80 times more. So it is not true. I mean, we are doing, but depending on the scenario that it changes. But you can rest assured, with the global disorder as being what it is today, you will see a lot of events happening in India.
Can I know your good name, please? Can we give him a round of applause for highlighting India? You actually made my day by saying we should promote Indian tourism. So he's the real hero today.
All right, I think with that we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, Sakshi.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here for this amazing panel. It was certainly very, very insightful. I'm sure our guest learns a thing or two from you. Thank you so much. Before we move on, because our next session The thing that we'll be discussing next is extremely close to my heart, and it is very interesting. And I really want to know, how much do you know your own country? So I have a couple of questions. It's just a quick trivia. So anybody who would want to answer can maybe say it out loud. And it's a very small quiz for all of you. Can anyone tell me what is the most visited monument here in India? Amazing. Which Indian state is known as the land of 5 rivers? I am getting answers from the front section here only. Anybody from the back? Punjab. All right, we have the answer already. Last question. Again, something for the new generation. Where is the annual Sunburn Festival held? Okay, amazing. All right. All right. Can I please request all the panelists back on the stage? We'll have to felicitate them. My apologies for some confusion here. But can we please have all the panelists back here at stage? Can I request Mr. Balbir Singh Mayal also on stage for the felicitation? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
More energies, perhaps. It's early morning.
It's just morning. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. All right, Shweta, I'll again request you to kindly take your seat, because I've already announced that we are moving towards our next session. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our second panel discussion turns the spotlight on domestic tourism, celebrating, of course, India's spiritual, cultural, and natural wonders. It is my pleasure to now invite on stage our panelists for our next session, which is Dekho Apna Desh panel. May we please have on stage Ms. Jyoti Mayal, Chairperson, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, Ms. Mugdha Sinha, MD, ITDC, Ms. Niharika Rai, IAS, Secretary Tourism, MD and CEO, DTTDC, Keshav Murari Das, Spiritual Leader, Mr. Shivraj Singh, Founder and MD of Atithi Voyages, and also Shriji Huzur, Dr. Laksharaj Singh Mewar. Can we please welcome them warmly to the stage? All right, Shweta, over to you.
All right, thank you very much for that trivia. And with that, I think it sets in motion a panel that we've all been looking forward to. But before that, may I request everyone to please take their seats. Everyone, please, can you kindly take your seat? We'll have pictures afterward. I know you're excited and so am I. Dekho Apna Desh. Something that is a cornerstone of everything that we're trying to do. Make India more visible, make India more accessible, make India seen on the global map. Ma'am, I want to begin with you, Mugdha Sinha ji. I know you've done extensive work. I read about the work that you've done in travel and tourism. And so let me get to the pointed question. In your assessment today, what are the biggest challenges when it comes to Dekho Apna Desh? Why are people not going enough to the precious heritage cultural sites that we have in India?
Very good morning, everyone, and thank you, Ms. Mayal, for calling me here, and a very good morning to all my fellow panelists and to all the delegates here. I'll just talk a little bit of the numbers to give you a perspective before I actually delve into answering that question. We have the UN tourism figures for 2024 for how many people actually crisscross the globe in one annual year. And the number is 1,465 million people, right? From Australia to America, America to Japan, and Japan to India, and etc. So the crisscrossing of the globe, which is what is called the foreign tourist visitations. If you look at during the same tenure, how many people actually crisscrossed within India? Because India is not just a 5,000 years old civilization or a country with 29 states and 7 union territories. It is a very modern nation, and it is almost like a continent in itself. Largest population, third largest economy today, aspiring to be a 30 trillion. We have all the 5 T's that the Honorable Prime Minister speaks of. Tradition, talent, trade, technology, and tourism. But the numbers in comparison to 1465 in India are 2,700 plus, which basically is double the number of people whom from all the 195 countries, and if you count the island nations, 235 nations, only 1,465 million people crisscross the globe, and within the country, 2,700 million people, which is almost double the number, little less than double, but double the number. So India is today at a place where, courtesy all the infrastructure in terms of the good quality roads that we have, in terms of the 125 airports that we have, aspiring to be 300 plus, and new airports like Jewar in the vicinity getting inaugurated recently. We have about 2 million hotel rooms, aspiring again to be 3.1 million in the next 2 years and 4.3 million by the next 4 years. We have everything right. If you also look at what is driving this demand, because the earlier panel was speaking of that, what is driving this demand is the fact that we've also very selectively invested in getting some of the mega pilgrim centers right. So out of the 2,700 million people which are traveling, the majority of the people are actually, the bulk of your travel is actually coming from your pilgrim sites. And you had a quiz question which said how many people, which is the largest visited monument. Of course it is Taj Mahal with 25 lakh people visiting it annually. But you also have an Ayodhya which had 17 lakh people visiting it in the first year of its inauguration. So I think the pilgrim tourists in India, because they are the ones, domestically are the ones who are driving this, and I think this is also an occasion for us, because if you also look at what is the template outside, why pilgrim tourists, you will also figure out that we live in a very VUCA world where V stands for vulnerable, U stands for uncertain, C stands for complex, and A stands for ambiguity. And the only way out is so much of mental anxiety. WHO says that mental anxiety will be the number 3 problem after cardio and pulmonary, which tells you that your refuge is not just in travel and I'm sure Swamiji will agree, but also in going to all places which give you, the benefit of staycation, hashtag sleep tourism, hashtag rejuvenative tourism, hashtag wellness or heal in India tourism. So Rishikesh will continue to drive demand for us. So these are, I think, things that we need to look at. There was somebody also here spoke about digital nomadism. Today work has completely changed. I remember when I was a child, my parents only knew about 2 holidays which was pinned to the school summer and winter holidays. Today, the younger generation, because I work with a lot of interns and consultants in my office today, these interns are taking holidays after every 3 months. We need a mental break. It's so overwhelming. So the concept of holidays has changed. And I just say one more last thing. 18th century, 17th century is the first time when we actually started talking of tourification, of people undertaking tours. And it is believed that what the 21st century in India is experiencing, the 19th century experienced, the 20th century, the Americans were the great travelers, 18th century it was the UK, the people from Britain who were the great travelers, because institutionalization of grand tour, which is the officers of the British civil servant was sent on a tour of 3-4 continents in Europe so that they could look at other cultures. And from where we in India, the civil service in India, because Niharika is also from the same service, she will validate the fact that we imbibed that and started what is called the Bharat Darshan for the civil servants. So we also undergo during a probation a 3-month Bharat Darshan of our own country.
How wonderful.
So I think these are things, we must institutionalize these, we must get all these things back, which actually initiated the whole concept of travel and tourism the world across, be it America, be it Britain, be it India. And I think we need to put these scaffolds as part of policy intervention so that people are able to undertake domestic travel. Rajasthan does something very nice. Laksharaj Singh ji is here. We have a Devasthanam department in Rajasthan which actually subsidizes religious travel for people. So if you want to go for a Ganga Sagar Yatra in West Bengal, if Rajasthan people want to go, if you want to do a Kailash Mansarovar Yatra, the people who are domiciled in Rajasthan can apply to the state government and they will get a certain subsidized amount on the whole travel, which is a fixed amount. So I think the Devasthan departments never get configured into this dialogue on tourism. And I think we must get them when we do conferences like these to hear what the local people want to do, because not everybody can go abroad, but there are a lot of people who would want to move out from their home and see India. So I think those are things that we must also encourage.
Thank you very much, Mugdha-ji, for setting the ball rolling on what it means to see India. And I hope many more private organizations also take up the mantle of sending their employees out, perhaps on Bharat Darshan. I think that's extremely important for young people to be able to see their own country, experience their own country. Niharika Rai-ji, one thing that we've seen in Delhi pick up a lot of late is also the cultural walks. I want to understand from you, what initiatives are we taking in Delhi to make it more accessible, more user-friendly, and get more people to come and visit the great historic Delhi as it is?
First of all, thank you for having me here. And I'll just take forward from what ma'am was saying. Delhi, like any other place, we always think that it is just a cultural box. Whenever anybody wants to come from outside, and I'm pretty sure most of you must be thinking that Delhi is all about Humayun Tomb, India Gate, and it is about Red Fort, it's about Old Fort. But there is much more to Delhi culturally and heritage-wise. There are a lot of, I think nobody knows, maybe more than 103 Baulis and water bodies exist in Delhi, which are with the Delhi government. Problem with Delhi is that Delhi is facing multiplicity of bodies in Delhi, which is not there in any other state in the country. For example, a lot of monuments here are with the ASI. A lot of monuments are with the Delhi government. A lot of monuments are with, again, somebody's looking from culture ministry. Madam was in tourism ministry. So there's a lot of plethora of problems we face, but then I feel coming from the Delhi government that we only talk about monuments of the central government and of the ministry, but I can vouch that there is so much in Delhi that one should go and see, and one thing that we are lacking here is publicity of those places. We are actually have not been doing lot of circulation of these properties amongst public, amongst corporate houses, because of which it is not picking up. So now we are going in that mode where we are going to publicize. For example, now people have started knowing about Mehrauli Archaeological Park. So I don't know, this is owned by DDA, but I don't know how many of you in Delhi have visited the MAP. So if you have not, you should go and see, because it's a whole complex comprising of, you have Balban's tomb, you have Kuli Khan ka Maqbara, you see Qutub Minar across the wall in the evening with lights, not the Qutub Minar complex, but you know, the areas like that. Then, as I was saying, there are a lot of water bodies. We have in Delhi a lot of Baulis, which nobody knows about. Then we have a lot of, like we have Malcha Mahal haunted walk we started in the heritage walk. I don't know how many of you visited, but that is another monument which Delhi government owns. Then we have now Asita and Basera, a lot of natural parks coming up in Delhi. So what we are now proposing and what we are doing is we are publicizing these places so as to decongest, number one, what are people visiting Delhi for, to publicize the other monuments and other places in Delhi. Plus, I have been always saying that Delhi is not only about the monuments and the heritage. We keep on saying that Delhi was destroyed and built so many times, so only thing that we have to come and see in Delhi is the monuments. But Delhi is much more than that. Delhi is now a good mice destination. Delhi is a food destination, which I don't know how, I mean, Delhiites of course know, and people from outside do come, but they prefer to go only to Chandni Chowk to have the old Parathe Wali Gali and all. But again, food is much more than Chandni Chowk in Delhi. You can go to Nizamuddin, you can go to other parts of Delhi, you can go to different markets now. Plus, Delhi is now, we are promoting golf tourism, we are promoting wellness tourism. There are so many, I mean, Delhi is one place in the country which I feel is a hub of different kinds of tourism, and we are working on different policies in different places regarding that, so that people come to know about it and people do visit. Like I personally can say that because I have served in Northeast twice. I have been in Mizoram, I have been in Arunachal. So I can say that every place, since the topic is Dekho Mera Desh, we actually have to see our country first. Now what is happening, purchasing power of people is increasing, and the only thing that they can think of is going abroad. If I'm rich, I have to go abroad and I have to create that status statement that I went to this country, I went to that country. But believe me, if you see parts of Northeast, you would not like to go to Switzerland. I have been to Zero Valley, I have been to so many parts, and because I have been to Switzerland as well, so I can compare and tell that it's certainly overrated, because I have seen my country, so I can say that it is much better than many other places in the world. I have seen Himalayas, so I can say that the lot of mountain places abroad are certainly overrated, because I have seen the best already. So I'll request everybody to promote your own country. Like in my house, since the childhood of my son, I have made it a point that we go to one wildlife sanctuary and one monument in the country every year. I take him to this place because nobody else will show him that. Once he grows up, he has already grown up, so once he will also probably like to go and study abroad, he will also like to go with his friends abroad, but I told him that nobody will show you your culture the way the parents and in the household one can. So I request everybody to promote your own country, go to different parts of like Rajasthan tourism, Kerala tourism, Goa, Madhya Pradesh. All of them have been able to promote their places quite well. But places like, I'm saying Northeast, nobody goes, because we have a fixation that it might be affected by some kind of insurgency or something. Still there is a stigma in some places, people don't go. But once you go and see those places, once you go in different small hill stations in the country, once you go parts of South India, which we sometimes from North India think it's too far to go. So once you see your entire country, maybe interiors of Kashmir, you will realize that our country has much more to offer, and I am pretty happy to see that many state governments across our country are promoting this thing, because tourism is the in thing and it's there to stay.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that, ma'am. So for all those of you who want some advice on where to go to, especially in Delhi, you can talk to ma'am later on. But I want to come to you, Keshav Murari Das ji. You know, we talked about spiritual tourism, sir. In your assessment, how can we best leverage spiritual tourism in the country? We already have a Ram Mandir that ma'am talked about, 70 lakh people going within the first 1 year itself of the consecration of Ram Mandir. We know of Kashi Vishwanath corridor. How, in your assessment, can we best leverage our tourism and travel by making some of our cultural sites more prominent and better?
Thank you so very much. As we see that in India, we have a situated in whole map. We can see that India is the best country because we have a long history. We are the Sanatanis. We have a Himalayas, we have a desert, we have our oceans. And we are surrounded by these. And not only this, we have all the incarnation of the Lord. This happened in India only. Whether it is 10 incarnation or 24 incarnations. One of the devotee made a movie, Mahavatar Nursing, just 2 months ago, and this is right now box office hit, more than 400 crores they have earned on that movie. So we have a very good and very rich culture of spirituality, and ISKCON is also having more than 350 centers in India now. Out of them, we can say that 20 or 30 temples are, which is very prominent temples, which is keeping our culture, our scriptures in center and inviting and making very interesting, the monuments we have. Right now we can say, how many of you seen that the Mayapur temple? So many of them. The Mayapur temple is being constructed right now and is about to finish also, and the owner of a Ford company, the Amrish Ford, he is contributing more than 500 crores for that project. And this project is going to be a most important and most spiritual. And if you see the whole Bengal on Saturday, Sunday is, you can find, they are going and visiting there. So similarly, we have a Vrindavan temple we have, and in other places also, Kashi, wherever the Tirupati temple, if you can go and see. So we have so many temples right now to encourage people to come out from their comfort zone and come and see. Not only in Indian people, we are encouraging the whole world. The Mayapur temple, which we have right now, more than 280 countries we have a temple. The devotees from there, every year they visit Mayapur temple. More than 10,000 devotees, they specially come. They all are foreigners and they come and visit this Mayapur temple. And whoever comes to the Mayapur, they visit Vrindavan temple also, they visit Jagannath Puri temple also. So in case of, if we see that ISKCON right now, every temple, if you go to ISKCON, you will find some different from other temples also. And we try to make our, whatever we have, it is given by our history or historical things, we are keeping that in mind and putting everything in our temples so that that can be very, very much attractive. And the people, those who are in India also, you can find out so many young people are joining these days.
Right.
And very much interested to come to the temple. And we are on the right path right now. We are to encouraging more tourism and more people to visit our temples.
Wonderful, wonderful. And one thing, Keshavji, that I've heard, sir, is that while spiritual tourism, and I could be wrong from a journalistic point of view, when travel and tourism, especially in spiritual sites, pick up a lot during inauguration, for example, referring back to Ram Mandir, but subsequently it teepers down, and the reason for that is not enough infrastructure is built around for people, not enough hotels, the roads are still not very, friendly. So I think that continues to be a problem in your assessment. Would you agree that we need better support infrastructure?
Everything is not in our hand. The government also has to do something. As earlier also in the panel, you asked some cleanliness regarding cleanliness. And India is a very occupied country, very much, the population very high. So we have to manage this also. As far as our temples are concerned, we try to manage, we try to keep them clean. We have assistants, we have educated devotees with us, and we have a good relationship with the government also, so that we can keep everything in line. But yes, there is a big boom nowadays. If you see, the youngsters are going to Vrindavan, they have a selfie, they're taking selfie, they're making videos, they're putting tilak on their head. And after Ram Mandir, you can see everywhere the footfall has very much increased. If you go to the Vrindavan these days, especially on Saturday, Sunday,
right,
devotees are making videos, please not to come, because so much of rush is there. So this, gives a good sign also, and a bad sign also, that we have to make so much of arrangements also for them. Like in Bake Bihari temple, there's a conflict is going on. The Supreme Court says that the government is saying we should have proper space there to go. Otherwise people are, rushing there. So much of crowd is there. Mishappening is going to happen there. So it is very much, required that the temple should be clean. The surrounding area should be properly made. The public conveniences should be there, properly arranged, so that more and more people can come. Like ma'am said, that she said from childhood she is taking the child to the temples, to the historical places. So others should also do the same.
100%. Absolutely. Completely agreed. Shivraj Singh ji, I want to understand from you, what are some of those important initiatives that you're taking to make Atithi voyage more successful? We also have an image problem somewhere where many foreign tourists are a little scared or afraid or intimidated rather to come to India because they feel that it may not be as safe. And that also stems from one or two small instances, and that becomes bigger because that's what is picked up widely. What are you making to build or doing to build that trust amongst people to come to India, to come and visit Madhya Pradesh for that matter?
Sai, thanks, Shweta. So, I think first of all, I'd like to say that India by itself is a brilliant destination. It's being sold brilliantly all over. People come to India because of what it has to offer. There's a great amount of wellness, there's great culture, there's great adventure, there's a great amount of spirituality. So India's got pretty much everything around the world that it has to offer. The flip side of this, unfortunately, is that it always garners the wrong image for cleanliness, where there's safety issues in our country. These are things that need to be addressed. Primarily, these are huge setbacks for people wanting to come and discover India for the first time. People who come to India, there's always a yes or there's no in between, there's no gray area for people who want to visit India. There are people who like India or they don't like India. There's no in between. And all the panelists said it brilliantly. You have to discover, I've grown up in the Northeast, so I can vouch for that. It's one of the most beautiful areas that India has to offer. Rajasthan, I come from, it's a fabulous place. Kerala is brilliant. Ladakh is unparalleled in the world in terms of topography and what it has to offer. But all of that being said, I think it's important for us to realize that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done to bring in the mass number of tourists. I mean, we're, 9 million tourists that we get into India? Paris is at about 48 million, 100 million in France. Sri Lanka is doing close to about 2 million. I mean, look at the depth of what India has. Why can't it do better? I'll put it up to you. Why can't we do better in terms of what we have? We got everything, the world. What does Switzerland have? Go to Shillong. You won't want to go back to Switzerland ever again. It's brilliant. It's out of this world.
So, where are we lacking in your understanding? Is it the infrastructure? Is it partly government? Is it part private companies? Are we not investing enough in some of these places which can potentially end up becoming a Switzerland or a Europe? Because many people who go to Europe now say that used to look very fancy, but it's not that fancy after all. Streets are dirty, monuments are withering away, and you have better in India, better of everything, given our vast geography, as you rightly pointed out, from desert to ocean to Himalayas, we have everything. So how do we then make it more accessible and make it more friendly to our tourists?
So first is infrastructure, which by the roadways has improved, I would say. When you talk about people wanting to come and travel into India, when you talk about traveling Delhi, Jaipur, 6 hours, Delhi, Agra, 4, 5 hours, nobody wants to come to India anymore. And we are also pitching in for high-end luxury travelers to come and visit India. So with the roadways, the new infrastructure is coming up, everything's 2 hours, 2.5 hours, which is brilliant. The connectivity with the airlines is brilliant right now. New airports are coming up. What we lack right now is good publicity. We need to have all our international tourist offices to be opened. The government has shut them down, owing to various factors. I think it needs to be open. They are the backbone for promoting us in all of these countries. The Indian High Commissions can't do the job that the tourist officers can do. We need to have them opened. We need to have a great infrastructure for hotels. Look at Delhi. I mean, you have a conference here in Delhi, rooms are not available. I mean, rooms that we sell normally for 12, 14, 15,000 go up to 32,000 and not available. We're lacking at least 100 five-star hotels in Delhi. That's a major, major problem. I mean, I can just speak for inbound.
Okay.
There's a huge amount of domestic, there's a huge amount of MICE happening here. The infrastructure, we are lacking hotels. There is no decent 4-star hotel in Delhi.
Really?
Think
Okay,
about it.
so
You tell me 2 4-star hotels in Delhi.
That's a great insight. Thank you for highlighting that. And I think we'll come back to that in just a bit. Shriji, I want to ask you, how are you balancing the need for people to visit Udaipur, not just for its heritage, but also modern tourism, luxury tourism?
Well, at this point in time, I feel like where I'm sitting in my class back in school and where all the brilliant students have already answered and the backbencher is told to answer now, you know. अब वो 2-4 लोगों ने भी ताली बजाई, आप रहने दो, मैं नर्वस हो रहा हूँ और ज़्यादा, you know. अकड़ अक्सर मुर्दा लोगों में होती है, जिंदा लोगों के अंदर विनम्रता होनी चाहिए, you know. But this will certainly go on my CV, so thank you very much. Balance, I think that is the art of life. I think that's all what we're all trying to do today as well in everything that we really do. I think where Udaipur really began many, many years ago, I think my grandfather was the one who set the ball rolling as far as tourism was concerned, because jokers like us, circuses like us didn't know what we were going to do. The only way to keep all of this alive, to keep the economy of the city going, to keep everybody floating, one of the ideas, I think an idea at that point in time 50 years ago was perhaps an idea before its time as far as tourism was concerned, and came underneath a lot of criticism, came underneath a lot of finger pointing, a lot of laughing, but we are happy that we went through all of that journey and putting our homes as hotels, which wasn't looked upon in the greatest way by people or by society in the early 60s. But sometimes some of these things end up doing a great thing. And one of the greatest things that happened was turning our summer palace or summer home into a hotel, which is now more popularly known as the Lake Palace Hotel in the world. You know, so this is something that we were very, very proud of. It put Udaipur on the world map. It put Rajasthan on the world map. There were more conversations taking place. This concept of Udaipur being the Venice of the East came into play. That Udaipur is now the Venice of the East. Udaipur is the Venice of the East. But ab mauka wo aaya hai, soch wo aayi hai, safar wo aaya hai, ki where we start talking about the fact that Venice is going to be known as the Udaipur of the West. So that is the journey that we really need to take over. And as far as the question is concerned, ma'am, about having to balance, I think people are coming there for who we are, for our identity. We are very happy to showcase and share our culture with the people. And I think, as mentioned by the panelists, and brilliantly so, that India being an exceptionally diverse country, you have all the options laid out for you. So you are actually coming in there to soak in the culture, soak in the history, soak in the tradition. And Udaipur is a place, I feel, where you can actually hear silence. Aapko khamoshi sunai deti hai. It's a place where you can come and spend time just with yourself. You can come and spend time with your girlfriend or your wife. Or it's a place now which is globally known for its weddings as well. You know, so if there is a place that you want to get married to, married in, the place is Udaipur. And I think that without much debate has been really well established over the last couple of years. And I think, and at a time where weddings were not known to go outside of their homes in the late 80s. And today everybody is wanting to go ahead. And I think what Sir mentioned here as well about lack of hotels, yes, Udaipur also faces that today. But that's a great opportunity. I think one of the first brands that have come up in Udaipur hasn't come up anywhere in India. has come up in Udaipur. There are about 4 or 5 hotels that are under construction as we speak. So even the private partners need to pull up their socks, smell the coffee, convert that disadvantage into an advantage, make that into an opportunity. Ayodhya now is booming with hotels. The amount of brands that are building in hotels today is absolutely unbelievable. Religious tourism, the impact that it is happening on hotels is just phenomenal. Otherwise, if there are no bums in beds, you're not doing any business. And then it's a huge opportunity for the hotel industry now. I don't think we could have been at a greater time. I wish there was a magic wand that, you know, you just go around with it, and infrastructure, places, people, all of that kind of fell into place. Look at our trains today. What were our trains 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 10 years ago? And what is the situation of our trains today? What is our situation of our roads today? One of my colleagues came in just from Jaipur this morning. He was here within 3 hours, door to door, with going at the speed limits that were designated. One of my colleagues went to the Ram Mandir yesterday from Lucknow. So look at the other feeder cities as well are also kind of benefiting from the infrastructure that is there. And अगर उन्हीं के शब्दों में अगर मैं कहूँ तो कहें कि लखनऊ से अयोध्या के अंदर पेट का पानी भी नहीं हिला. So, you know, that was the feedback literally that came in yesterday morning. So obviously it's work in progress. A man without patience is a lamp without oil. So we all need to be a little patient. And I think we are all certainly getting there with all our efforts and hard work. कहते हैं ना कि वक्त आता है और वक्त जाता है, वक्त को संभाल कर रखिए, वक्त बेवक्त काम आता है. So it's an opportunity to be a little patient and work hard in the right direction.
100%. A lot of challenges, but a lot of opportunity. Jyoti ji, I want to end this with you. And, you know, I think the common theme here in this panel has been that we've come very far in the last couple of years, in the last 1 decade, when it comes to infrastructure, mobility, transportation. There are still existing challenges, and more private sector participation is also needed. What, according to you, are the operational challenges ahead of us from here if we want to make India more accessible, we want to make it more tourist friendly?
Yeah. Thank you once again. And he said he was the last person to be speaking. I was a stopgap here, so I didn't. No, what I meant was I wasn't supposed to be here, but I'm sitting on this chair. But it's good enough. But it's lovely to hear everyone, and I've always been very fond of hearing Mugdha ji and Niharika and all, because she's been the DG Tourism. She's been in Delhi, been interacted with us for long, and of course him too, because we've been meeting very often. And I have a relationship with everyone sitting here. But I think, you know, it's very rightly you put it, and very rightly he's put it, that India's moved. India's moved beyond what we thought it could ever, because since the last 20 years, and I can say that because I joined my husband when he started the business. So for me, it was everything, nothing, government doesn't do anything. There's nothing happening in the government. The numbers are static. I've heard this all my life, you know, because I used to hear it every day, and he used to get very frustrated because he was also the president of TAI. But when I took over, I started adapting things from him, thinking, "Jo wo bolte hain, main theek hi wohi copy kar leti hu." You know, it was something like that. But today, you know, when I see the world moving and I see India moving, I feel we've done wonders. And I really believe that. And the credit goes to everyone. The people sitting here on the dais, to the government, to us, to the Prime Minister. I think it goes to everyone. What we have achieved today, no one could have done it in such a short time now that we've had a turnaround. Today, the connectivity, the infrastructure, we don't have any complaints about it. And yes, here is where we really come to. What do we do to take this forward? And that's a discussion I've had multiple times with Mugdha ji especially. And we've said that we need a lot of things. Firstly, of course, we do need private partnerships in the right format. Private partnerships mean they let the private take over. Private partnerships can't mean that the government takes over and the private is helping them, because then there are too many pitholes that one falls into again. So I think the private partner needs to be much more. I'm the chairperson for the Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council, and I feel skilling needs to come in a lot. And skilling needs to actually take India beyond what we showcase today. I'm sorry, the show window abroad is just beautiful. The shops are useless. Here it's reverse. Our show windows are bad, but the shops are carrying wonderful stuff. So we need to bring the things out. We really need to bring the things out from backside and bring them in the front. Our museums, our culture, our cuisine, our food, everything about this country changes every 1 kilometer. We have a diverse country with things changing. You go to Europe, you go to other countries, you are eating the same type of food everywhere. Look at us. We have a different cuisine. Our palate actually incites us to feel the food before we eat it also. The smell, I mean, everything drives it. So that's the excitement in life, what people are looking at. And today, the youth is changing. The youth wants experiences. The youth wants to experience, and that is what luxury is. Luxury is not defined by money. Luxury is defined by the product and the feeling it gives you. And I think that is what we need to drive and say, India is rich in every format. We have everything going for us, but I'm going to come back to the skilling. We definitely need skilling, and everyone sitting here, I'm going to request them that please skill the people to showcase our country much beyond so that they can market it. All of us sitting in this room are ambassadors of this country. We don't need ambassadors. We ourselves are ambassadors. That's the way the word goes forward, and we really need to take India to the next level.
Ambassadors we are, and therefore also the need to act more maturely. I think in the last panel, we were discussing how when we go abroad or when we go to Andamans, we pick up our waste. When we go to Europe, we try and pick up our waste because we know we'll be shamed for throwing waste. I think we need to do that more in this country as well. Be more responsible on streets, be more responsible as tourists. But with that, we've come to the end of this session. Thank you very much to all the panelists here for taking time out for joining us. Dekho Apna Desh, that's the theme this year. And hopefully more of us will be able to go out and explore this country better with each passing year. Thank you very much. Thank you. Over to you, Sakshi.
Can we have a huge round of applause for this lovely session held by... Can I also request all of our panelists to please stay on with stage? And I would also like to request Mr. Raghav Prasanna, Senior VP, Head of Branded Content, TV9 Network, to join us on stage to felicitate our esteemed panelists. Prasanna sir will be felicitating the guests. Yes. Ms. Jyoti Mayal, please help Mr. Prasanna. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us here on stage. I will also request Mr. Prasanna Raghav and Ms. Jyoti Mayal to please stay back with me on the stage. Prasanna sir and Jyoti ma'am, can I please request you to please stay back on stage with me? May I please request everyone to please settle down. We will be proceeding with our next segment. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. May I please have Mr. Prasanna Raghav and Ms. Jyoti Mayal back on stage? Now it's time to celebrate the excellence, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, good. I would also now like to invite Honorary Consul General, Embassy of Republic of Slovak in Sri Lanka, Mahen Roshan Andrew Karyawasan, on stage. Please, sir. Sir, please join us here on stage. Mr. Prasanna Raghav, Ms. Jyoti Mayal, please join us on stage as well. Can I request everyone to kindly settle down on their respective seats? Just a small segment left before we proceed for the lunch. I know you all have been waiting very patiently for it, but now it's time to celebrate excellence since it deserves to be celebrated. Can I also request Mr. Balbir Mayal to join us here on stage? One by one, in no particular order, now I will be announcing the award receivers for the first session. First up, we have Leader for Effortless Visa Solutions, BLS International Services Limited, Bhavya Suri. Can we please have Bhavya Suri joining us on the stage? And can we please show a little bit of enthusiasm? Bhavya Suri, can we please have you on stage? Congratulations, Mr. Suri. Next up, can I have Leader Technology Innovation, GRN Connect Private Limited, Gaurav Khandelwal here on stage for the award. Mr. Gaurav Khandelwal. A big round of applause for Mr. Gaurav Khandelwal. Congratulations. Next up, leader for technology innovation. All right, we have already announced that. Leader for travel collaborations and media publicity, Lincoln Rep Private Limited, Komal Seth. Congratulations, Komal. Now for leader exceptional conferencing, Alpcod Network Travel and Conferences Management Company, Chandler Mancharamani. Can I please have him here on stage? May I also request Mr. Ravi Nandan Sinha to join us here on stage for the felicitation. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Congratulations, Mr. Mancharamani. Next up, leader hospitality excellence, Accor Hotels. Mr. Mohammad Ali, can I please have you on stage? A big congratulations to you. All right. Leader, King of Heritage, Shriji Huzur, Dr. Laksharaj Singh. Congratulations, sir. A big round of applause for Shriji, everyone. And pioneer for luxury destinations, Travel Tours International, Rajana Sharma. Ranjana Sharma. May I please request all the award winners to kindly make their way towards the stage for a photo opportunity. All the award winners together, along with their awards. Mr. Bhavya Suri, Gaurav Khandelwal, Komal Seth, Chandler Mancharamani, Mohammad Ali, Shriji and Ranjana Sharma. Can I please have you all on stage together for a photo opportunity? A big round of applause for our winners, everyone. A big, big congratulations to all the award winners. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me here on the stage. Well, that's not it. We all know that it's a long, long day. But ladies and gentlemen, that brings to the end of our first morning session, of course. We'll now break for networking lunch, but please be back by 2:05 p.m. sharp here when we'll have much more conversations, insightful discussions right here on this stage. Thank you so much for tuning in so far for TV9 Network's Travel and Tourism Summit of 2025 in partnership with Red Hat Communications with our celebration partners, Radico. Enjoy your lunch. See you shortly.
When others aspire to settle down, I aspired to unsettle. I had everything I needed. No experience, no plans, just dare and a dream. I never fancied the corner cabin. Wherever I sat was my office. I had a workforce of my own, and it was all me. I didn't need to climb any ladder, as I was building my own. I wanted to blaze a trail. I wanted to rise above the ordinary. Because me, my spirit, and my dream, together, we're an unbeatable team. You don't have to be great to start. You just have to start to be great. Morpheus, the Greek god of dreams, favors the ones who dare to dream.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
Being in the spotlight gets you many things. Glamour, praise, fan following. But it also takes away one thing. Your time. Movies, gym, meetings. From morning to evening, it's time for something or the other. But when the clock strikes 8, it's time for friends. Celebrating friendship and an exquisite taste. If one note can strike a happy chord, imagine the power of 8. Cheers to the 8 rare notes and the perfectly balanced finish. कौन कहता है एक्टर बनना आसान है, हाँ? कभी हारने से लटकना, तो कभी विलेन से मारपीट करना, कभी हीरोइंस के साथ स्टेप्स मैच करना, तो कभी लंबे मुश्किल डायलॉग्स याद रखना। आसान है क्या? लेकिन फिर भी I make sure I keep dazzling every time. Not only when I work, but also when I don't. Taste the dazzling side of life. Go on, enjoy yourself. Whenever I have parties at my house, it's always a house full. And you know why? Because मैं अपने लिस्ट में दोस्तों के नाम ऐड करना भूल सकता हूँ, खाना मंगवाना भूल सकता हूँ, पार्टी प्लेलिस्ट बनाना भूल सकता हूँ. But what I can never forget is to dazzle up myself and dazzle up my party. Taste the dazzling side of life.
Every moment's a magic moment.
We attacked in the morning at about 10 o'clock. That is the time, they were all gone to the river slope. They were relaxing there because they knew nobody's going to come. Probably they leave one OP, to observe. and he was not able to observe. My 2 platoons went from different directions and attacked that place. They were found running from there, you know, when they were lying down on the river slope. And some of them got killed and some of them escaped from there. And finally, the objective was captured on 8th of July at about 1 o'clock.
Creativity for conversions, collaborations and connections. At TV9 Innovation Hub, we place brands on cloud 9 of communication, a powerhouse of ideas where brands find their voice. We push creative limits to deliver transformative experiences and solve real-world challenges for brands. When the message matters, we lead with purpose. We are storytellers with a mission. Big stage for big ideas. With powerful IPs, we bring thought leaders and change makers under one roof. No matter the sector, we've got the solution. From healthcare to SMEs and tech, we are here to provide custom solutions to your business ambition. We celebrate culture, commerce and connection. From lifestyle expos to cultural festivals, we create immersive on-ground experiences that leave a mark. We don't fit brands into screens. We build our screens around brands. With deep integrations, we turn briefs into unforgettable moments. Original, authentic and influential, our original series bring powerful personalities, real stories and curated experiences to audiences who crave meaning and magic. Come, partner with TV9 Innovation Hub to make your brand heard and set yourself apart from the noise.
वन है सेब दास्ताने वन है सेब दास्ताने चुकना कुंगपोश वन है सेब दास्तान वन है सेब दास्तान से पत्थरों में होश सुई चुकना कुंगपोश
भारत भविष्य की योजनाओं में भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है.
Find out what went wrong. It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people. Done by the people who are staying there. Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Wait. Russia has assembled a large force of 50,000 soldiers.
We want diplomacy and not weapons.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly. To be able to spend time with people who were almost like family.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of abandon.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day. You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong point.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij,
Prashant Tandon. Deep Bajaj.
Kanika Tekriwal,
Pramod Bhasi.
This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
You will love. Let the games begin.
The results are known and I'm going to win.
In reality, things are never black and white.
Agree or disagree, we are our choices.
What's going on? You will love it.
Stars are very highly idolized in the South. Their fan base is very different.
It is the obsession that we are talking about.
They are all sycophants. Who am I?
Nobody can crack that mystery. I was a perfectly normal person born in an abnormal world.
Hey, you know what? This is who I am.
भारत की पहली आवाज जो रिकॉर्ड की गई.
I'd like to put things in simple equation. Winning is easy. Failure is not an option. Welcome to Duologue.
ये सब खुशहाली के कारण हुआ.
इस अवार्ड की असली हकदार है मात्र 11 साल की खुशहाली.
We are undertaking an exciting journey to trace the roots of various delicacies.
Dress for the job you want, not for the job you have. Do that, and you are definitely going to make the cut.
This wedding is, for me, like one of the biggest parties that I've ever organized. On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
I'm Akanksha Monga and I travel for a living.
Many entrepreneurs have not seen the light of day because they gave up too early. I'm going to show you how it is possible.
You know, we call this the best kept secret of Rajasthan. There is so much hidden in here.
ये है देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारतवर्ष। फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की।
For me, choosing the ordinary was too difficult. When others aspire to settle down, I aspired to unsettle. I had everything I needed. No experience, no plans, just dare and a dream. I never fancied the corner cabin. Wherever I sat was my office. I had a workforce of my own, and it was all me. I didn't need to climb any ladder, as I was building my own. I wanted to blaze a trail. I wanted to rise above the ordinary. Because me, my spirit, and my dream, together, we're an unbeatable team. You don't have to be great to start. You just have to start to be great. Morpheus, the Greek god of dreams, favors the ones who dare to dream.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
Being in the spotlight gets you many things. Glamour, praise, fan following. But it also takes away one thing. Your time. Movies, gym, meetings. From morning to evening, it's time for something or the other. But when the clock strikes 8, it's time for friends. Celebrating friendship and an exquisite taste. If one note can strike a happy chord, imagine the power of 8. Cheers to the 8 rare notes and the perfectly balanced finish. कौन कहता है एक्टर बनना आसान है, हाँ? कभी हारने से लटकना, तो कभी विलेन से मारपीट करना, कभी हीरोइंस के साथ स्टेप्स मैच करना, तो कभी लंबे मुश्किल डायलॉग्स याद रखना। आसान है क्या? लेकिन फिर भी I make sure I keep dazzling every time. Not only when I work, but also when I don't. Taste the dazzling side of life. Go on, enjoy yourself. Whenever I have parties at my house, it's always a house full. And you know why? Because मैं अपने लिस्ट में दोस्तों के नाम ऐड करना भूल सकता हूँ, खाना मंगवाना भूल सकता हूँ, पार्टी प्लेलिस्ट बनाना भूल सकता हूँ. But what I can never forget is to dazzle up myself and dazzle up my party. Taste the dazzling side of life.
Every moment's a magic moment.
We attacked in the morning at about 10 o'clock. That is the time, they were all gone to the river slope. They were relaxing there because they knew nobody's going to come. Probably they leave one OP, to observe. And he was not able to observe. My 2 platoons went from different directions and attacked that place. They were found running from there, when they were lying down on the river slope. And some of them got killed and some of them escaped from there. And finally, the objective was captured on 8th of July at about 1 o'clock.
Creativity for conversions, collaborations and connections. At TV9 Innovation Hub, we place brands on cloud 9 of communication, a powerhouse of ideas where brands find their voice. We push creative limits to deliver transformative experiences and solve real-world challenges for brands. When the message matters, we lead with purpose. We are storytellers with a mission. Big stage for big ideas. With powerful IPs, we bring thought leaders and change makers under one roof. No matter the sector, we've got the solution. From healthcare to SMEs and tech, we are here to provide custom solutions to your business ambition. We celebrate culture, commerce and connection. From lifestyle expos to cultural festivals, we create immersive on-ground experiences that leave a mark. We don't fit brands into screens. We build our screens around brands. With deep integrations, we turn briefs into unforgettable moments. Original, authentic and influential. Our original series bring powerful personalities, real stories and curated experiences to audiences who crave meaning and magic. Come, partner with TV9 Innovation Hub to make your brand heard and set yourself apart from the noise.
वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने से पत्रोव में होश सुई चुकना कुंग पोश वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने से पत्रोव में होश सुई चुकना कुंग पोश
भारत भविष्य की योजनाओं में भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है.
Find out what went wrong. It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people. Done by the people who are staying there. Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Wait. Russia has assembled a large force of 50,000 soldiers.
We want diplomacy and not weapons.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly. To be able to spend time with people who are almost like family.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of abandon.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong body.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij, Prashant Tandon,
Pramod Bhasi. This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
You will love.
Let the games begin.
The results are known and I'm going to win.
In reality, things are never black and white.
Agree or disagree, we are our choices.
What's going on?
You will love it.
Stars are very highly idolized in the South.
Their fan base is very different.
It is the obsession that we are talking about.
They are all sycophants.
Who am I?
Nobody can crack that mystery.
I was a perfectly normal person born in an abnormal world.
Hey, you know what? This is who I am.
भारत की पहली आवाज जो रिकॉर्ड की गई.
I'd like to put things in simple equation. Winning is easy. Failure is not an option. Welcome to Duologue.
ये सब खुशहाली के कारण हुआ.
इस अवार्ड की असली हकदार है मात्र 11 साल की खुशहाली.
We are undertaking an exciting journey to trace the roots of various delicacies.
Dress for the job you want, not for the job you have. Do that, and you are definitely going to make the cut.
This wedding is for me like one of the biggest parties that I've ever organized.
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
I'm Akanksha Monga and I travel for a living.
Many entrepreneurs have not seen the light of day because they gave up too early. I'm going to show you how it is possible.
You know, we call this the best kept secret of Rajasthan. There is so much hidden in here.
ये है देश का नंबर 1 न्यूज नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारतवर्ष. फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की.
For me, choosing the ordinary was too difficult. When others aspire to settle down, I aspired to unsettle. I had everything I needed. No experience, no plans, just dare and a dream. I never fancied the corner cabin. Wherever I sat was my office. I had a workforce of my own, and it was all me. I didn't need to climb any ladder, as I was building my own. I wanted to blaze a trail. I wanted to rise above the ordinary. Because me, my spirit, and my dream, together, we're an unbeatable team. You don't have to be great to start. You just have to start to be great. Morpheus, the Greek god of dreams, favors the ones who dare to dream.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
Being in the spotlight gets you many things. Glamour, praise, fan following. But it also takes away one thing. Your time. Movies, gym, meetings. From morning to evening, it's time for something or the other. But when the clock strikes 8, it's time for friends. Celebrating friendship and an exquisite taste. If one note can strike a happy chord, imagine the power of 8. Cheers to the 8 rare notes and the perfectly balanced finish. कौन कहता है एक्टर बनना आसान है, हाँ? कभी हारने से लटकना, तो कभी विलेन से मारपीट करना, कभी हीरोज के साथ स्टेप्स मैच करना, तो कभी लंबे मुश्किल डायलॉग्स याद रखना। आसान है क्या? लेकिन फिर भी I make sure I keep dazzling every time. Not only when I work, but also when I don't. Taste the dazzling side of life. Go on, enjoy yourself. Whenever I have parties at my house, it's always a house full. And you know why? Because मैं अपने लिस्ट में दोस्तों के नाम ऐड करना भूल सकता हूँ, खाना मंगवाना भूल सकता हूँ, पार्टी प्लेलिस्ट बनाना भूल सकता हूँ. But what I can never forget is to dazzle up myself and dazzle up my party. Taste the dazzling side of life.
Every moment's a magic moment.
We attacked in the morning at about 10 o'clock. That is the time, they were all gone to the river slope. They were relaxing there because they knew nobody is going to come. Probably they leave one OP, to observe. And he was not able to observe. My 2 platoons went from different directions and attacked that place. They were found running from there, when they were lying down on the river slope. And some of them got killed and some of them escaped from there. And finally, the objective was captured on 8th of July at about 1 o'clock.
Creativity for conversions, collaborations and connections. At TV9 Innovation Hub, we place brands on cloud 9 of communication, a powerhouse of ideas where brands find their voice. We push creative limits to deliver transformative experiences and solve real-world challenges for brands. When the message matters, we lead with purpose. We are storytellers with a mission.
May I please have your attention, everyone? We will be shutting the buffet in just 10 more minutes. Can I please request those who have already had their lunch to come back to their respective places? Thank you.
Stage for big ideas. With powerful IPs, we bring thought leaders and change makers under one roof. No matter the sector, we've got the solution. From healthcare to SMEs and tech, we are here to provide custom solutions to your business ambition. We celebrate culture, commerce and connection. From lifestyle expos to cultural festivals, we create immersive on-ground experiences that leave a mark. We don't fit brands into screens. We build our screens around brands. With deep integrations, we turn briefs into unforgettable moments. Original, authentic and influential, our original series bring powerful personalities, real stories and curated experiences to audiences who crave meaning and magic. Come, partner with TV9 Innovation Hub to make your brand heard and set yourself apart from the noise.
वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने से पत्रों में होश सुई चुकना कुंगपोश वन है ज़ेब दास्ताने Suyu çakına Kungu poş Suyu çakına
भारत भविष्य की योजनाओं में भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है.
Find out what went wrong. It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people. Done by the people who are staying there. Exactly. Just because they are tribals, everyone does it.
Wait. Russia has assembled a large force of 50,000 soldiers.
We want diplomacy and not weapons.
I, as a Nepali, could thrive in India.
Kids want to see sixes hit, things happen rapidly. To be able to spend time with people who were almost like family.
Large sums of wealth are taken from the defeated city by force at the point of abandon.
Just imagine a child who is bullied every day.
You can understand the trauma of a person who's trapped in a wrong body.
I am Deep Kalra.
Sakshi Vij,
Prashant Tandon,
Deep Bajaj.
Kanika Tekriwar,
Pramod Bhasi. This is your time. You will make it for us. A winner is first born in their mind.
You will love.
Let the games begin.
The results are known and I'm going to win.
In reality, things are never black and white.
Agree or disagree, we are our choices.
What's going on? You will love it.
Stars are very highly idolized in the South.
Their fan base is very different.
It is the obsession that we are talking about.
They are all psychophants.
Who am I?
What are the changes? What are we doing now? पहले तो पोस्ट लंच का वेलकम बैक कर देती हूँ ना मैं तुम नहीं आ रहे हाँ हाँ काट तो दिया यहाँ से
On Connoisseur Conversations, spin the wheel, move your counter, take up a task depending on your luck.
I'm Akanksha Monga and I travel for a living.
Many entrepreneurs have not seen the light of day because they gave up too early. I'm going to show you how it is possible.
You know, we call this the best kept secret of Rajasthan. There is so much hidden in here.
है देश का #1 न्यूज नेटवर्क और आप देख रहे हैं TV9 भारतवर्ष। फिक्र आपकी, परवाह देश की।
For me, choosing the ordinary was too difficult. When others aspire to settle down, I aspired to unsettle.
Can I please request everyone to kindly take your seats? Those in the dining area, please join us back here in the main hall.
And a dream. I never fancied the corner cabin. Wherever I sat was my office. I had a workforce of my own, and it was all me. I didn't need to climb any ladder, as I was building my own. I wanted to blaze a trail. I wanted to rise above the ordinary. Because me, my spirit, and my dream, together, we're an unbeatable team. You don't have to be great to start. You just have to start to be great. Morpheus, the Greek god of dreams, favors the ones who dare to dream.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow us.
I hope everyone is back to their seats.
Royal Ranthambore, India's finest.
If someone is still in the dining area, I'll request you to kindly join us back in the main hall. Those who are still in the dining area, I'll request you to please kindly join us back here in the main hall. We are about to begin the second session, please. All right, so I hope everyone is back to the main hall. We're about to begin now. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all had a refreshing lunch. We now continue with the second half of the Travel and Tourism Summit 2025 on behalf of TV9 Network, Red Hat Communications, and our celebration partner, Radico. So ladies and gentlemen, we now move into our third and final panel discussion of the day. This session basically will focus on how AI, data, analytics and innovation are actually reshaping the travel experience. This discussion, in fact, will also highlight the real innovations, practical applications, and digital considerations that are shaping the future of tourism. Now, I will invite to stage our distinguished panelists for this one. Mr. Akalp Johari, co-founder and CEO of India Assist. Mr. Sandeep Dwivedi, Managing Director, India and Subcontinent, Amadeus. Mr. Karthik Sharma, founder and CEO, Ignitio. Mr. Rajesh Magao, co-founder and group CEO, MMT. Mr. Vishesh Jol, head of startups, PayU. And Ms. Jyoti Mayal, chairperson, Tourism and Hospitality Skill Council. I would also like to request my colleague Shweta to come back on stage. Panel is all yours, Shweta. Over to you.
Thank you, Sakshi. Well, thank you very much, all of you. I understand we've had lovely lunch, but I'm hoping to make this session very lively so that we can all not fall asleep, but participate in it. Now, we all know that AI is becoming extremely predominant in our lives, whether we like it or not. Now, some say that AI is going to take away jobs, but I think the right appropriate phrase is AI will not take human jobs, but humans who know AI will take our jobs. So therefore, it's important for us to address the devil in the room and know better about what we can do to work around AI. Now, many data will tell you that about 2 crore jobs will vanish as a result of AI. Some other data will tell you that about 2.5 crore jobs will be created as a result of AI. So it's actually a choice that befalls on us, whether we want to be a part of somebody, a cohort of people who will be employed as a result of skills in AI or be replaced because we don't know enough about AI. And today's panel will solve that question and that issue for us. Let me quickly begin with Sandeep Dwivedi ji. I think it's important to point out that AI is not going to go away anytime soon, and it's becoming all the more predominant when it comes to planning our itineraries, our travel. And more and more platforms are now also using AI to make travel more customized for people. What are you doing in your organization to integrate AI, and where do you see it replacing jobs?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think I'll tell you, means earlier, because being in a tech, I've seen so many, these jargons has been used. So now the latest is AI. Everyone talk about AI. A few years back, everyone was talking about blockchain. So nothing to, means from a job perspective and all those things, nothing to worry about it. So, but from an Amadeus perspective, I'll tell you a very interesting study which we have done I think few months back, navigating the future, how the AI is going to transfer the, how AI is going to change the travel industry in future. That's a study we have done. Now I'll tell you a very interesting fact, 43 to 45% global leaders are talking about a heavy investment in AI in short span of somewhere 6 to 7 months. Whereas Asia Pacific side of, if it's the same question when has been asked to Asia Pacific side guy, the adoption was very high. It was around 62 to 63% people said they are going to invest very heavily on this. Now, since the question more on an Amadeus side, I'll tell you, yes, we are keep on working on AI, and not only simple AI, we are talking about now more of a agentic AI. Now, what is this AI, simple AI, and what is this agentic AI? In a very simple language, if I tell you, you can compare AI as a more of a passive way of a response, whereas agentic AI is going to be more proactive side of an approach of the subject, same subject. Like morning, I think Rajdev was talking about semantic search. It's more about a AI, simple AI based on a NPL, natural progression, how the things work on that. It's this word which comes on the searches which happen on the basis of that, which comes over there. Now from an Amadeus perspective, we have done few products which is already rolled out, and few we are already working on it. For an example, if we look into from experiences perspective, so we have a product called Amadeus Discover. Now, what does this Amadeus Discover? It has a global experiences collaborated at one particular place. So more than 500,000 of experiences are there. When you do searches around that, and these experiences are not from one country, these are more than 120 countries, these experiences has been collaborated. Now, when somebody was trying to look for that from a, let's say from a traveler perspective, they can easily get influence and can make a judgment on basis of earlier experience how it's been done. And like people was in morning panel again were talking about the travel is all about influence, how do you communicate, but one thing I don't agree with the morning panel, that technology is not going to influence. I think technology is only going to be the influencer in this industry.
And to what extent, may I ask you as a follow-up question, do you think technology is actually influencing travelers' choices for that matter?
Yes. So, like I said, Discover, on experience are being shared over there. When people come over there, whether you want to go to destination, what kind of sightseeing, it's based on one individual preferences. Based on that, the researchers comes over there. Then we have a product called like Amadeus Save, which is a single API integrated at one place where you can do, for an example, gate changes. All such of things are coming over there, immediate information. And since on the right side, one of our largest customers, Make My Trip, is sitting, and of course they are the leader in adoption on AI and all those things. So we are already provided them our few products like Search Console, which is kind of the most bookable itineraries which is there. We predict on the basis of a data, we do that, and we provide that content over there. So AI is already.
Are there enough and more takers? I think I'll take that question with Rajesh. Are there enough and more takers for these pre-booked or pre-decided itineraries where people are clicking on it because many people are already taking it? So, you know, they find it easy to manage and they're likely to more subscribe to it because it's out there, and that's what people are doing.
No, I think it's a great question, by the way. So there are two parts of the technology and overall tech evolution over the years that you would say it's always has been the two sides of it. One part of it is what is the technology can do to the businesses, and then how do you sort of implement that to make sure that either you get productivity gains or you enhance the experience for the customers. Let's say if it is a front-end application of that. And the other very important and critical part is how consumers are going to adopt, right? Which is your question, right? So I think the adoption by the consumer is always a journey. Now, go as back as in the history when the internet was born. Right? Your original question, by the way, on technology, tech always tends to take jobs, etc., was a lot talked about when the internet was born also. But now, sitting here, you can always see that internet was enabler and not necessarily ended up taking job. So eventually, technology ends up being enabling. The businesses, the consumers, it become part of your life, literally. I would say influencing is a very strong word, but it definitely helps you. It assists you. It enables you. And I don't think you would be left with a choice because there will be so many tools that are available for you. And, at some level, you would not be as wise not to be using them, right? But the adoption journey on the consumer side, like we just very recently launched, our conversational flow called Myra, which is travel planning and travel fulfillment, like literally end-to-end experience on a conversational flow, which is also multilingual. And you can ask the question, you can start your query, and you can go down the path of just actually eventually booking as well.
Right.
You can do all of that.
I've done that on Make My Trip, so I can tell you very recently.
Excellent. So there you go. But very slowly and gradually, people will pick it up. So right now, as we see, there are a few thousand people who are already using it and giving us absolutely phenomenal feedback, which we can learn from and further improve the product. So right now in the beta version, and the objective always is to get the feedback as how consumers are using it. Because see, we are thinking we already have, rich data with us because we've been operating in this market for the last 25 odd years. And I think Sandeep was sort of alluding to data. To my mind, data has always been the hero, not necessarily the technology on top of that data. Because if you don't have the rich data, you will not be able to do as good a job as you could potentially do with technology like AI. So I think consumer adoption is definitely going to be a journey. It'll take some time. Eventually, you will see a lot of people moving from, think like people from desktop, big machine move to mobile. Mobile device is like what, 10 years old? And we are all hooked onto it 24/7 today. It did not exist. It really did not exist 10, 15 years ago, right? Similarly, now you will start to get used to maybe conversational, maybe that, I want to talk to my, Myra or digital assistant, whatever you want to call it, and give him or her the instructions, and then I will get all the responses back and my job will get done, right? Rather than just going through the flow, which is the current interface, which is as intuitive, as convenient for a lot of people today because the millions are using it. But will they eventually move to all of us will move to this conversational interface? The likelihood of that is quite high, but it could also be a hybrid. So some people want to make choices between, this is the one that I'm liking, and I don't really want to make a shift. That's also fine, because underneath result, by the way, leveraging AI will also be there on the existing interface. So it's not only it's available on Myra, it will also be there. The same, sort of power of this technology will be reflecting in that even current interface.
Right. But since you're here, Rajesh, and MMT has been one of the pioneers when it comes to travel and tourism platforms in the entire country. You mentioned 25 years for you. Congratulations on that. I have to ask you, in your assessment, do you believe that you've reached the potential? To what extent travel platforms can use AI, or are you still riding the bus?
No, absolutely the latter. Riding the bus, nowhere close to, not even travel, but not any industry has reached the level where they have, unleashed the 100% of the potential that this technology has. It's a journey, it's been going on. We've been, by the way, investing in AI since 2017. But you must understand this AI journey has also evolved into from AI to, I think Sandeep was alluding to it, generative AI to agentic AI. And if you go to, China is a bad word in these days, but if you go to China and go some of their conferences, they move to physical AI also. So, which is effectively robots and stuff. I mean, there's a recent conference, it was floating around on WhatsApp. there were some 150 organizations who showcased robotic technology, like real robots trying to do a particular use case or the other. So that is the kind of evolution that is happening. And the size of investment in this technology has been huge. About $3 trillion have been invested in building fundamental models of this technology. But the important part is that investment is not necessarily happening in India or any of the other countries. It is very concentrated, largely in America and China. Right. Largely in America and China. We are the ones who are consuming this. We are the ones who are going to use all these models, use all this investment, ride on all these investments, and then apply for all the use cases that we have. And that's where I think India is going to be the leader in terms of, the application of this technology in the entire world.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Very, very good to hear that. Karthik, I'm assuming from what Rajesh said, and correct me if I'm wrong, but there are so many such opportunities where AI can come into tourism sector and actually fill the need gap. What, according to you, are places where somebody is hoping to start up and they should be looking into, because we have a need there, but we don't have a product there?
Right. I think the biggest opportunity is around curation of experiences and products, and also the ability of AI to understand your real need. So one is a apparent need, or somebody goes to a platform like one of theirs, and they go in with some perspective that what do they want to do, what transaction they want to do. Vis-a-vis, if you think of what Perplexity or somebody like a ChatGPT could be, who knows a lot of context about you, which these platforms probably will never have that level of context. If they start to, on top of their fundamental foundation layer, start to build in integrations with different products and services, then you have an opportunity to have a real assistant who knows your context, not just about travel, but other parts of your life, like your finances, your habits. That level of rich experience, if you layer it on top of travel products and experiences, then that entire experience, right from proverbial inspiration to trip planning to booking, in-trip experience, post-trip, and then planning your next trip. So that entire life cycle, I feel in future, there's going to be a serious threat to incumbents from rich AI companies who would know so much about you that they can simply ride on top of those experiences, and then that assistant could be like a real opportunity. It could manifest in multiple ways. It could take the form of an interface of whether you call it like a chatbot, for lack of a better word, or a digital twin, or there could be a physical embodiment of it in different parts of your life. But that's the ultimate opportunity, and that's the race towards.
That's the dangerous future, or more exciting future, depending on if you are if you are technology positive or perhaps a critique of technology, how far it's come. Vishesh, where does payment fit in all of this? When it comes to AI, when it comes to security, payment security, how fast are fintech companies adopting AI?
Thank you. Thank you for asking this question, and in fact, a very pertinent question, especially in India, where the biggest challenge to adoption of digital payments has always been trust. So now if you use your card outside of the country and your bank doesn't know that you're in another country shopping in an outlet mall in a pattern that you should not be shopping at or in a place that you should not be shopping at, your transactions usually get declined in real time. Multiple such things. Payment frauds in India are probably the lowest in the world, especially card frauds. All of this is happening in real time. All of this is something that has developed with a lot of these data nudges that one has developed across the last decade or so. So this has been getting applied to payment security for a while. But where we do fit in terms of travel experience, I'll use a couple of examples. In fact, recently a few startups that we been working with, a lot of them are now designing what someone had mentioned, agentic experiences. So you could now just start talking to a platform to say that this is where I want to go. Not only your stay, your options to eat at, your tickets, all of that. But you could now see this is the card that you should spend on. This is the card that gets you the maximum points. So this is the card that you have points on that you could redeem against this purchase. Or multiple other benefits that this would give you lounge access from here. Someone spoke about the last mile connectivity. You could have, now you have Uber on which you can book a metro ticket. So the last mile connectivity experience on when you book something versus today you book a flight on a certain platform or hotel, hopefully both on one. Then you get your travel card somewhere else, your sightseeing experiences somewhere else, all of those things, unless they're curated by an agent and booked. So I think all of that is going to happen a lot more. In terms of what we're doing, we have this company called PayU Innovations, a lot of deterministic data. So say, for example, I know Vishesh travels a certain airline maybe or a certain sector. Quite often, he will probably shop at a certain place, shop at this duty-free. You would get ads which are a lot more relevant rather than if I searched for someone's birthday gift or someone's wedding gift, I would start getting a lot of sari ads which are irrelevant for me after I bought that gift, right? So a lot of our data, which is payment specific, which is essentially deterministic data, helps travelers, helps anyone in the industry, especially travel, get the right set of targeting for consumers so that they have a better experience, the consumers get the maximum out of it. And these we work with MMT as well. All of these experiences can be enhanced with a lot more deterministic data and not so much of a probabilistic data. So those are the things that we're doing. But yeah, on payment security, I think the country in general has done a great job, and we are just the beneficiaries of that.
All right. And so, Akalp, that brings me to the question of, let's say I'm a tourist who's stuck abroad, who's facing some crisis. Let's say I've lost my passport. Where does AI help me in all of this? I can't reach, I've lost my phone as well. I mean, in worst case scenario, where does AI help me in trying to find a solution? Where does AI Assist come in, leveraging AI in helping tourists in crisis?
So first of all, thank you for having me, and thank you to Jyotiji for organizing this session. A lot has been said about what you asked me earlier. So AI as a model, it's not only the technology which is getting developed as we speak, it has been developing for quite some time now. It is the adoption rate, the learning curve of the customer as well. So as Rajeshji pointed out, that there is a customer learning curve also which we need to follow. Now, in case of incidences, and we relate to all those incidences, we live them day in, day out, where a traveler gets into trouble during a live event, during execution of an itinerary. I quote, say, a heart attack during travel. Exceptional scenario. There has to be a model hybrid while the complete adoption of AI tech is being is in process. So we will need to have some human element which will support this adoption of technology. So all the information about the patient's condition, the traveler's previous track records, medical history, current medications, how fast and quickly they can be passed on to the hospital where he's being taken, and who arranges for those hospitals. So will the AI be able to activate the nearest ambulance, the nearest hospital, the emergency care, and everything will be coordinated from the back end through tech, while there will be physical presence on ground to support the solution. That's what we are doing. So while adoption of AI is being taken as a very positive step, but we do realize that a human element will always remain. While it will decline over a period of time, but there is a human element which will help the last mile delivery.
And I'm sure there must be some, user data concern when you are accessing people's medical record, when you're accessing their location in order to alert either authorities or alert an hospital. How successful have you been in penetrating in India?
So, if you look at the global data security norms, whether you name it GDPR or otherwise in any global security norms, Data privacy in cases of emergency has a certain permission standard which we adopt. The data is shared only when required and the permissions are prerequisite from the customer. And in such a scenario, when time is of essence and a complete medical history in an unknown place, among unknown people, and God forbid unknown language, when it's a life and death situation, that's when the specific data is picked up, passed on to the relevant people, following all the global norms of data privacy and security.
All right, thank you for that. So let me actually then ask a final question to Jyoti on the basis of everything that has been said. Jyoti ji, what is the future of travel looking like for you? I mean, we talked a lot about AI can be integrated, right at the beginning of you planning your itinerary to the end where perhaps you are in trouble and you need help. We are looking at AI being adopted at a very fast clip. So what is the future of AI looking to you in next 10 years?
So on the lighter side, let me say this, that while hearing everyone on this panel with so much of AI, I feel I'm going to have Miss Myra sitting here and Mr. Myra sitting here when I'm traveling, so that she's going to help say, do this, and this one is going to say, no, do this. But what I do is they don't know, so it's only after I do it will they come to know what I'm doing.
Right,
so that's what technology is all about.
Yes.
So taking that from there, but I think that was on the lighter side, but yes, I feel that instead of now tourism being saying it's people to people connect, we are going to say it's AI to AI connect. So that's what tourism is going to be all about. And all my friends and colleagues sitting here, I must say that there is no way you're going to run away from it. So you need to adopt it, you need to learn it. I haven't learned it enough, but I think we all need to get into and say how we can actually take our business to the next level. And I see that, and I say that very loudly because I have a lot of association people sitting here, that people are not adopting it very fast and quick. They are scared to use it. And I think that's where these stalwarts need to come in. They need to educate the travel agency to say how to use it. Till now, and Vishesh knows it very often, because whenever I talk to him and whenever I meet him, I say, hey, I don't have any payment system on my phone. I'm scared. That's the thing I tell him. And he says, no, don't worry, it's safe. And the same thing when I buy a ticket from MMT, I may look up the fares. His business could increase 10,000 folds more if I knew that my card or my payment is absolutely secure. So there are a lot of things that we need to learn while we go forward. And that's, I think, the reluctance comes, the acceptance comes from the travel agents that they need to get more involved, more educated, because otherwise outsiders from this industry are coming in, taking away the business of the travel agents, which they need to be the first ones to actually claim that. And that's why I'm speaking from the travel agent side, saying we need to educate them much more and have more panels like this, say, we are the enablers. We are not here to take away your business or your jobs or anything more.
All right. We have to wind up, but I can't let you all go without asking of what are the challenges. Let's start with you, Sandeep. What are the challenges that you see in adoption of AI in this country? Is it the education? Is it that not many people are aware? Is it willingness? Where does the challenge lie?
Actually, the biggest challenge, there are a lot of challenges. I cannot be talking about one.
No,
of
just
course,
give us a few.
Okay, the investment is one of the most thing, and the resources, what you get over here, I think the quality of resources, investment, all these things are required. And from an adoption point of view, the biggest, like what ma'am has said, I think the fear of your data sharing and all those things is another reason for not for adoption point of view.
All right. Rajesh, are you investing enough in AI, if that's the future, or you still
100%,
think?
100%.
Okay.
No, I actually don't think investment, I mean, there are enough resources. I mean, of course, you need to invest, you need to commit to the investment, etc. But there are enough resources across the industry, across the country for all of us to sort of invest. I think the biggest challenge, if you ask me, I think Jyoti ji was alluding to it, it's actually the mindset. You know, I don't think we are, we smell the coffee real fast. We take our time, we stay in denial mode, and then eventually start to sort of come to terms with it. And if we are able to change that mindset, and I'm saying mindset to just adopt technology, just embrace it. Now, whichever shape and form of technology that is coming your way, you need to embrace it, not see that as a threat. Because the moment we see that as a threat, the time will go away. You know, we will stay in denial mode and we will feel insecure, and time will go away, and then somebody will, sort of come and eat our lunch. We will, I mean, and I'm taking that feedback as well, we'll do whatever it takes to educate, whatever it takes to, in fact, every forum that at least me or Deep goes, We've been educating entire industry to not only educating, but pushing people to adopt technology, because it is not that only one part of the ecosystem has to adopt it, the entire ecosystem has to adopt. Like, for example, in the other forum, the other day I was talking about at the country level, so much of digitization happening, and we want to grow our tourism industry. We still have about 50% of our monuments which are not available digitally that you can book, right? So how are we going to just attract, when we were talking about it, this was in the context of getting inbound traffic into the country, and said, okay, we will do Incredible India one more time and we'll get the traffic in. How are we going to improve the experience? If they are not able to discover on internet, on a click of a button, what is that they can do in our country, it's not going to work, right? You know, as compared to all other countries, everything is digitized. So I'm saying every aspect of travel and tourism will have to adopt technology and invest behind it. And for that, I think we will have to just change our mindset.
100%. Karthik, are we slow adopters? And is that the reason why perhaps not enough money is trickling in, because, you know, we're not adopting at a clip that we should?
What I'm seeing is a lot of POCs, alpha and beta versions coming out, but I'm seeing low scale up from a POC to an enterprise adoption. And for good reasons. One, of course, is how, like specifically for travel industry, if I talk about, even for corporate travel, I've looked at a lot of companies, their mid-office, the way it's structured, it's very, I mean, they all say, yeah, we have an API, and everybody has the base tech in place, but that doesn't help, because in AI, the biggest bottleneck is that I have to manage latency in the conversation. So whenever I'm talking to whatever agent he has built or MADs is building, there is a pipeline. Like, I'm speaking something, there is a speech to text, there is an NLM, there is a TTS pipeline. Now then, on top of it, I have to hit all these APIs. And if the response of these APIs goes above, let's say, 1.5 seconds, sometimes I've seen it going to 30 seconds, then the user experience becomes a bit tricky.
Right.
So the way the data is handled, the way the mid-office are structured, the way the APIs are set up, right now in most of the travel industry I have seen is not fit to purpose for scaling up AI.
All right, and Vishesh, if anything, India's payment journey has taught us, it's taught us that we were very wrong about India's adoption process, and the clip at which we've adopted UPI is unprecedented to a point where previous governments didn't think it was possible, and suddenly everybody is using UPI to do everything. So if that's a testimony to how quickly we change, I think UPI and digital payments is a story in itself.
No, that's a fantastic parallel. In fact, and if you see, UPI started with increasing adoption. 85% of retail payments in India today happen on UPI because it's free. ChatGPT India, I mean macro numbers, right? $3,000 per year GDP per capita to $250 per month. ChatGPT subscription per month for a paid version is $25. I'm not going to spend 10% of my wealth or money as an Indian on getting a subscription to something that I'm trying to explore. So adoption from a retail point of view in a lot of ways will increase as we move up the curve and we see more use cases. The other bit on adoption of AI in general by companies, I think companies, it's not even about acceptance of it, it's necessary for survival now. We can't survive in payments if we don't block all the frauds, using everything that we can as data signal to say that we can win the trust of Ms. Mayal and get her to start using digital payments. If we don't do that, and if a fraud happens, that negative instance stays. So I think in industry, there are heavy investments happening, and it's happening obviously in a very concentrated pool of companies that can make that investment. But from a retail adoption, I think we're far away from making it accessible to everyone, and that's where hopefully we get to as we did with the internet.
Only as long as UPI is free. I'm very keen to know when the government starts charging for UPI.
I'm very keen to know about that.
But what happens thereafter? I think that's a question and a conversation.
Sir, can I just make one point related to this? Yes. A very important point in the context of our discussion. When UPI happened, all the banks, and in in the context of how should I feel threatened or not so threatened, etc. All the banks were worried about the credit card. What will happen to the credit card mode of payment and all of that. And you will be surprised if you're not aware of this already. Credit card market has also grown multiple folds. All right, so it's just about apprehension in your head, and you can share more.
Payment to credit card is also grown multiples. Most of it is spent on travel and tourism. So.
Well, that you could probably answer, but 40 million credit cards when mostly around that when UPS started, we have over 110 million now.
There you are. So the market is only expanding. I have to wrap up. I'm being told to wrap up. I think would it be fair to say that people will have no choice but to ensure that they allow AI to get some part of their life, to share some part of their life, as far as important information go. Indians have been skeptics. For example, Aadhaar. Many of us are not willing to link a bank and Aadhaar. We had one government mandated it. Now, in your opinion, do you believe that we will have no choice, perhaps in a decade from now, we will have to ensure that our medical records, our all important banking information is integrated into one platform so that it serves us better?
Well, anybody who believes that anything otherwise is possible is probably living in a different world. It's already happening. The data is being captured live, and it is for planning purposes. It is for policy designing. A lot of these inputs are required. You can't be staying isolated from the system in silo. So I completely agree with what Rajesh has said, that going forward, any business who resists AI adoption, basically moving towards isolation completely, whether you like it or not, AI is here.
Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of this panel. Thank you very much, all of you, and thank you for being a patient audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I request all of our esteemed panelists to please say a need for felicitation. I would like to request Mr. Nikhil Mathur, VP Sales and Marketing TV9 Network, to please join us here on stage to felicitate our panelists. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us here for this enlightening conversation. I request Mr. Nikhil and Ms. Jyoti Mayal to please stay back on stage with us. May I also request Keshav Murari Das ji to kindly join us here on the stage. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. It's time to recognize more outstanding contributions in the tourism sector. It's time to felicitate the EMCs, travel and tour operators, as well as the state governments. In no particular order, let me now announce the second set of award receivers. First up, Leader Best, Upcoming Destination I Love Japan, Mr. Pranaynath. Can I please have you here on stage, Mr. Pranaynath? A big congratulations to you. Please give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, leader for Skybound Excellence, Bird Group. Can we have Mr. Praful Khosla here on stage for the award? Congratulations, Mr. Khosla. Now, leader, innovative hotel management, Pioneer Hotels, Mr. Rohit Chopra, can please have you on stage here. Can I also request Mr. Balbir Singh to please kindly join us back here on stage? Leader Excellence in Destination Management, Stars Holidays and Destinations Private Limited, Chetan Napal, can please have you here on stage. Next up, leader for Global Luxury Hospitality Sales. Can we have Outbound Marketing Private Limited, Sonia Sehan here on stage with us. Next up, leader in Asia's visionary DMC leader, Travel Boards India Private Limited, Kamardeep Singh. Please join us here on stage. Big congratulations to you. Now, leader Northeast Hospitality goes to Air IQ, Mr. Ajay Kumar Radhavan. Can we please have you here on stage for the award? Can I request all the award winners of the second session to kindly make their way back to the stage for a photo opportunity? Sir, can you please join us back? All the award winners of the second session, please join us back here on stage. a big congratulations to all the award receivers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we now come to the close of this summit, let's reflect on the remarkable insights that have been shared today so far with us, from the power of content and domestic tourism to the innovations shaping tomorrow's travel experience, and of course, what's next for travel and tourism sector of India, right? On behalf of TV9 Network and Red Hat Communications, along with Celebration Partner Radico, I extend heartfelt thanks to all our distinguished guests, speakers, partners, my colleague Shweta here, and of course to all of you lovely audience for being such a wonderful part of this day. This is Sasha Singh Litori. I now conclude the Travel and Tourism Summit 2025. Till now, it's not the day. And of course, thank you once again for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again.
For me, choosing the ordinary was too difficult. When others aspire to settle down, I aspired to unsettle. I had everything I needed. No experience, no plans, just there, and a dream. I never fancied the corner cabin. Wherever I sat was my office. I had a workforce of my own, and it was all me. I didn't need to climb any ladder. As I was building my own, I wanted to blaze a trail. I wanted to rise above the ordinary. Because me, my spirit, and my dream, together, we're an unbeatable team. You don't have to be great to start. You just have to start to be great. Morpheus, the Greek god of dreams, favors the ones who dare to dream.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. Through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go. The world waits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Antapur, India's finest, yet.
Being a spotlight gets you many things. Glamour, praise, fan following. But it also takes away one thing. Your time. Movies, gym, meetings. From morning to evening, it's time for something or the other. But when the clock strikes 8, it's time for friends. Celebrating friendship and an exquisite day. If one note can strike a happy chord, imagine the power of 8. Just to the 8 notes and the perfectly balanced finish. कौन कहता है एक्टर बनना आसान है, हाँ? कभी हरने से लटकना, कभी लेन से मारपीट करना, कभी हीरोइन के साथ सेक्स मैच करना, तो कभी लंबे मुश्किल डायलॉग्स याद रखना। आसान है क्या? Then फिर भी I make sure I keep dazzling every time. Not only when I work, but also when I don't. It's the dazzling side of life. whenever I have parties at my house, it's all